Welcome along to Yarmouth Greyhound Stadium for what is our first outside broadcast for Gone to the Dogs Live. I think I'm more excited than I normally am, and I'm delighted to say that joining me as my co-pilot this evening is Mr. Jonathan Hobbs. Hobbsy, how are you doing?
I'm doing really well. Good to be here. It feels like the good old days, I have to say, but I just cannot believe that Gone to the Dogs, the podcast, is on the road. I thought it was just going to be a tape recorder with one or two interviews. We've got a huge outside broadcast unit and we've got a great team both sides of the camera.
We certainly do, and we've got a fantastic night coming up as well with 12 full open races. We've got ladies in action, we've got sprints, we've got four bend action, we've got staying races as well. We've got three cracking finals as well.
Well, the Yarmouth Derby is one of the great races in the calendar, but it's always supported by the Derby purse over six bends and the sprint as well. This year both sponsored by MWD partnership. But we're building up to the big race. Half the field are locally trained runners, so we're assured of big support on the terraces for those guys. But we've got a red-hot favourite as well, and she could just turn the luck in favour of Patrick Janssens, who has won this competition before, 2020 with Kalara Lion, but he's had so many finalists, and luck has deserted him. I think they've been fortunate with the draw. Trap one looks perfect. You'd almost say it's her race to lose.
Yeah.
She's under pressure.
Yeah, there's a little bit of pressure, I think, for Druid Stego. As long as she gets to that bend in front, she has got to take all the beating later on. But I'm going to introduce you to the rest of the team now. We've got roaming around the ground, Joe Keneally and Emily Wallace.
Thank you, Danny. Good evening, everybody, and what a night we have in store here at Yarmouth for the 78th East Anglian Derby final. Delighted to be joined by Emily Wallace. Emily, how are you feeling? What a night we have in store.
Yeah, I'm feeling very good, really excited for the night ahead, really excited for Gone to the Dogs Live. I think it's the perfect night to start it. It's one of the biggest nights of the year in greyhound racing, Yarmouth's biggest night, so what a night to start.
And just a quick word on the final, who do you fancy?
I think Druid Stego in Trap 1 for Patrick Janssens is a really worthy favourite. She's been perfect in the competition so far, but at the same time I think it's a very competitive race. I like Swift Depot in Trap 5 for John Mullins. In the semi-final ran a fantastic race just to qualify, let alone win. So I think if he turns anywhere near tonight, it's going to be a really, really good race.
So Swift Depot for Emily. We'll be hearing more from Emily during the night. But the best night of the year at Yarmouth, the best race of the year at Yarmouth, requires the best people to be on board with us. And we are delighted to be joined by Gary Wiltshire. What a shirt we have on tonight, by the way, Gary.
The curtains falling up. They've just took up the windows. So how are you, son?
I'm very good, thanks. How are you?
Lovely to be a bit of atmosphere. I've been at the races for the last 2 days. They've run out of stretchers for the bookies. The punters have absolutely KO'd all the bookies there this week. So should be a big crowd here tonight. And please God, plenty of bangers and mash that we will report, won't we, Joe? If we see any money on, we'll tell the viewers back home what's been well backed.
We have, and like you say, they've smashed the bookies at Yarmouth races. Will we be getting any smash-up jobs here tonight?
Well, I just spoke to Cushy Choice, who's the leading bookie, and I said, what price would a favourite go off in the big race? And he said it all depends on the early races. Now, they raced here the other night. There's 7 Trap 1s with. 7 Trap 1s won here the other night. So, you know what I mean, Joe? If you get a couple of Trap 1s win the first few races, I don't know about 6 to 4 on. I think it could be 5 to 2 on. But if you get a few outside traps win, you never know. You might be, could we get even money? You never know. Wouldn't it be lovely to get a bit of levels your devils on the fight? But you don't know. But if all the outside traps win, Joe, look, these bookies here are greedy. You know what bookies are like? They want money, right? And if they know it favours the outside, they'll want to crack on and they might go a big price. But we'll report that during the night, won't we?
We will. We've got 3 hours to get even money out of these bookmakers here for the final later on. We'll be hearing plenty more from Gary for the rest of the evening. I can't wait for this to get underway. This is going to be a fantastic evening's action. Let's get it going.
It is going to be a superb night's action. I feel a little bit dull compared to Gary, though. I'm not quite as bright with my shirt.
He's just an absolute legend. Everybody loves Gary Wiltshire, and it's great to see him here at Yarmouth, and he just adds something special, especially to a betting ring. You know, bookmakers, greyhound racing, they're synonymous, really, and, you know, they're under threat in many ways, but not here at Yarmouth tonight. They'll be out in force.
They certainly will. Now, we've got our final member of the team that I'm just about to introduce you to as well. He is in the commentary box. It's Mr. Darryl Williams.
Danny, thank you very much indeed. And as we've been hearing, everybody loves the Yarmouth Derby, the East Anglian Derby. It's been one of my favourite competitions ever. I was here last year in the crowd with the spectators enjoying the racing, and it was a miserable night weather-wise, but not so tonight. The sun is shining, and that's what they're playing for, the East Anglian Derby final. They were queuing to get in, as they so often are at this event. As Gary Wiltshire was saying, many, of course, have made the the short journey across the road, literally, from the horses where they've been racing this afternoon, and will do so again tomorrow for what is going to be a real spectacle here on the East Coast. Now, what about that big race coming up much later on, race number 11 at 9:04? We've heard about Druid Sago. Gary picked up on a really good point with all those Trap 1 winners the other, I think it was Sunday morning, because Trap 1's been struggling in the graded races up until then, but in the Opens, Trap 1's been brilliant this year with a really high percentage, something like 27%, so no issues for the favourite at 8 to 11. I don't think we're going to get much bigger. If Gary gets even money or even can squeeze a bit of maybe 10 to 11 out the bookmakers, I think we've done well. But like Emily, I do like Swift Depot to try and come with a late charge, and it could be a fantastic finish if it's Mullins Greyhound chasing down Janssen's Bitch in the final few yards.
Yeah, I do think Swift Depot, everyone's going to be looking to see where he turns at the first bend.
Well, John Mullins loves this competition. You know, we saw that when Swift Keith won 10 years ago. I mean, there were some iconic scenes. There were plenty of tears. You just saw what it meant to, you know, pretty much win his home event, if you like, the Yarmouth Derby. So 10 years on, can Swift Depot do it? Well, he can, but he's going to have that race run to suit. He's also going to have to come away. He's a 6-bend winner. He's got form over a lot further. He finishes well. And this is the longest home straight, it feels like, in greyhound racing.
Yeah.
A leader comes around the third and fourth turns, you think you're home and hosed, and then a big finisher denies it. Will that finisher be Swift Depot? Might just need good fortune early doors. There's plenty of pace. You talk about the locals. Murrow in Cozy in Trap 3, brilliant in the semi-finals. Key to that greyhound's chance is what 2 does out the boxes. We know he takes a step right. Can 3 clear its lines? Can he get in front of Trap 2 before 2 moves off? Or will 2 trap in front and afford the luxury of moving across the middle of the track? So everything could happen, and it all points then to Druid Say Go. She has the draw of draws. And I say that the pressure's on her. Of course it's not. Greyhounds don't know their prices. But those who have maybe taken the shorter prices will feel the pressure. Hopefully those who took anti-post prices are sitting pretty.
Well, yeah, because she was 12 to 1, I think, wasn't she?
Exactly.
Prior to the competition. A lot of people thought she was going to be
Picked
a lot
up
shorter.
by a certain Joe Keneally. He's our betting expert.
Indeed. So
Very good.
well, I think he might have cashed out, but I think he might be sitting pretty on 12 to 1. If you are, I think she's got a great chance. I'm a sentimental betting person. I've gone with Murrow and Cozy for Richard Fitch, because I just think as long as Trumper's Bobcat, you saw him last week, he managed to stay pretty straight out the boxes, and then he came off slightly. But I think Murrow and Cozy is a big enough dog. I think he'll be able to keep Trumper's Bobcat in, and if he meets Druid Say Go at the first bend, I think it's anybody's race, because he was so good last week. When he came off the home turn, he was headed by Get Up Me Son, and then he's battled back. It was absolutely sensational.
It was, and you know, Murrow and Cozy's got a massive chance, and probably open to improvement as well. He's still pretty lightly raced, 5 from 10 in the UK, 3 from 5 in Ireland.
Now, we've got our first race coming up shortly. The runners are on parade.
Thank you very much, Danny. And with Danny hosting tonight, it's only appropriate we start with the ladies' race. It is the ladies' standard, and there are the runners. Bombay Mercury is very lightly raced for Conconda. Just had those 3 runs in Ireland, 1 race over here. Now, a busy man tonight, John Mullins. Nobody's got more runners, 10 on the card. He runs the 2 Lollipop Jamstick, who should give Bombay Mercury plenty of racing room. Clough-Taney Emma running out of 3 for Kevin Cobbold. He's in the big final, of course, later on. Drum Do It Law in 4. Local runner for Sharon Knights, as is 5. Laugh a Lot, and Trap 6, Crossfield Grace on the outside for the sponsors, MWD Partnership and Jason Bloomfield.
Yeah, it's a superb race to start the card, and they are coming out onto the track. They're going to parade as well in front of a bright green Lamborghini, which I kind of want to drive home, Hobbsy.
And we're going to get some information about that a little bit later. It's, as you can see with the branding, our sponsors this evening are Click Competitions, so hats off to those. You know, it's a substantial support for a big greyhound race, one of the biggest in the calendar. So we'll learn more about the green Lamborghini a little bit later. I'm not too sure you're going to be given the keys, Danny, but you can always live in hope. Now, I can tell you, as we see Trap 1 there, Bombay Mercury, we are offering, giving out a best turned out prize this evening, kindly sponsored by Time Greyhound Nutrition, £50 to the kennel hand, parader, trainer, etc. And I can tell you the first best turned out prize goes to Trap 4, trained by Sharon Knights, Drum Do It Law, an absolute picture in the parade, and well done to Neil Burwood, the kennel hand stroke parader.
And thanks to Time Greyhound Nutrition for giving us the £50 for every single race that we are going to give a best turned out. So that's just another little sparkle for the night, I think, this evening, Hobbsy. Now, we have got our first race coming up. As you can see by the betting, we've got a favourite in trap 3, Clochtany Emma for Kevin Cobbold at 15-8, 9-4 for trap 5, Laugh a Lot, 11-4 for trap 1, Bombay Mercury. It is 4-1 for trap 4, Drum Do It Law, the best turned out, 9-1 trap 2, Lollipop Jamsticks, and 6 Crossfield Grace. The sole wide in the field is 16-1. But I think we are seeing, or did see, a bit of an inside bias. Who are you with for the first race of the day?
Well, not as such because of the inside bias, if there is one. And we've had pretty glorious betting, weather I should say, and maybe the betting is reflected by the fact that hopefully we've got a more level playing field, if you like. I mean, it was awful weather last week, and weather can play havoc with conditions, but it's been a glorious week, so I think we're set fair. Nevertheless, I'm going with trap 1. Bombay Mercury for Cornelius Condon. Condon had a finalist with the luckless flick of a coin last year in the Yarmouth Derby. I think he would like to come back and get off the 2024 meeting on the best possible note. So I'm going to go with Bombay Mercury, just second time up, ran in a sprint, actually ran in the sprint competition that we're going to see the final tonight, wasn't disgraced behind Guzzler. I think he's going to be more suited to this 4 bends in terms of 1 or 2 of his Irish lines, but it's that 1573 trial at Toaster which suggests to me that this greyhound can run. Big respect to Clochtany Emma in trap 3 for Kevin Cobbold. Again, it could be a big night for him with Trumper's Bobcat going for him in the main event, the Yarmouth Derby. Trap 1.
Okay, so trap 1, Bombay Mercury for Hobbsy. I was kind of looking at the puppy here in trap 2, Lollipop Jamstick. She's looking for a double. She won a graded race last time at A2, and John Mullins is going to look for a big night as well. She's 5 from 15 so far. She's been second 3 times. She's a really consistent bitch. She does move slightly middle, which might give Bombay Mercury the rub of the green up the inside, but I thought she had a decent chance. And then Drum Do It Law, I mean, she's drifted like a barge, I think, for Sharon Knight. I'm not sure why, because she, you know, the trial times have been okay, I think, for her. She's got a bit of early pace, but maybe it's just the fact that the outside boxes just weren't doing so well on Monday and people are running scared. And
good luck to Steve Dunn, the owner of Lollipop Jamsticks. He's got a couple of runners a little bit later on as well. We know that John, I think, as Darryl said, has got something like 10 runners this evening, so he's always going to patronise the Yarmouth Derby well and in numbers as well.
Now I think we are going to go to the betting ring.
Yeah, it's lively down here, guys, as well. It's 7-2 the top, 8-1 trap 2, 6-4 favourite in 3, 5-1 trap 4, 11-4 Laugh a Lot in 5, and 25-1 in trap 6 is Crossfield Grace. Gary, plenty going on here.
Yeah, there's plenty of money for the first race, Joe, and they went 7 aboard a 3-dog, and they soon snapped it up. Only small bets, 100 quid, 80 quid, but, you know, in these day and age, that's a big bet, £100, isn't it, on the dogs? But the 3-dog, that's the dog with money, Kevin Cobbold, and you fancy that as well, don't you?
I certainly do. Do you?
Well, I don't fancy the top. I don't fancy the 1-dog. So the 1-dog 7-2, and the 3-dog I'm going to be with you. We're going to be with a favourite here, me and Joe down here. But all the favourites have won at the horses, Joe. So you never know. Can we carry it on at the dogs here tonight?
Can we carry it on? Here we go. Let's have a look.
So, Clochtany Emma is the one for the betting ring with Joe and Gary. But I think as they are just about to head into the starting boxes, we can head back to Darryl. Darryl, who do you fancy?
For what it's worth, Danny, it's not my strongest race tonight. I do fancy a few later, but Clochtany Emma would certainly be the greyhound to be with here. But do you know what? I think the most used word on this programme tonight is going to be favourite when you've got Gary Wiltshire on the programme. Favourite, favourite, favourite. And they do well here. 37% of favourites have gone in at Yarmouth this year. That equates to over 500 times that punters have had their money off the bookmakers. Right, we're ready to go then. The NWD Partnership Ladies Standard. It is Division 2. It's over the Derby distance, of course. It is 462 metres. It is just over 1 lap of the box, or the traps here. And the hare is at the boxes, and away they go. 3 was slowly away. Clochtany Emma, Lollipop Jamstick got away well. Here's Laugh a Lot on the outside, though, for Jane Cross. 5 will try and nip round. Trouble at the back. We've lost trap 6. Came down, unfortunately. Crossfield Grace, and 4 was badly impeded as well. Drum Do It Law. Let's hope they're up okay. 5 Laugh a Lot for Jane Cross. Leads from 2 in second. Lollipop Jamstick. Then comes 1 running on now. Bombay Mercury off the final bend. 1 getting in 2's way, but 5 Laugh a Lot. You're laughing if you're on this one for Jane Cross. Wins well. Beats the 1 Bombay Mercury 2, Lollipop Jamstick in 3rd, and let's hope all the greyhounds have got up okay.
Thanks, Daryl. So Trap 5, Laugh a Lot takes our first race for Mr. Krask and Jane Krask, and did have the fastest time in the field when beating Ghana Canty Girl in a recent A2, but she's managed to win our first race of the evening, Hobbsy, from a wide box.
Yeah, wins a fair share of races, and we picked them up off the second bend. The best news of all, of course, is that Crossfield Grace was quickly back up on her feet. But this is a great start to their meeting. Their Yarmouth trainers, they want to win the races, and the Kraskis are absolutely off to a flyer. Laugh a Lot, running out of Trap 5, wins the race, wins the MWD Partnership Ladies Standard. Good to see Trap 1 Bombay Mercury going to continue to improve, just second start in the UK, and I thought stayed on well. Perhaps didn't break as well as they would have liked, and I think you're looking ahead to some of the bigger races to come, and that can happen. A slow start, you're under pressure.
Yeah, you certainly are, and Laugh a Lot has managed to win well here, beating Bombay Mercury, and Lollipop Jamsticks has run well for a long way as well, because she is the puppy in the field. She's an October 22, so she's only had the 15 runs, but she's learning on the job, and we can see here that we've got pretty much everybody on their racing line, barring Drumduit Law, who's just come in ever so slightly, Hobbsy.
These are priceless shots. Absolutely, Greyhound fans love to see the head-on, certainly in terms of their hunting, you know, looking to the future as well. So at this stage, as we pick them up, then the winner is in front and going on to land the spoils. Fair play to Lollipop Jamsticks for much of the way. Look, set to be second, but I think the resolution shown by Bombay Mercury, I think, will encourage connections moving forward. Condon's runner in the one, but fair play. Trap 5 off to a fly, I should say.
Certainly is. So Laugh a Lot has taken out our first race. That's her 13th win of the career. So absolutely superb for Laugh a Lot.
There's going to be plenty happening this evening. We're going to try and get, of course, interviews for the winners, the owners and the trainers. It's their chance to be in the spotlight. Their Greyhounds just won, so you really want to underline those interviews. But at some point, we will get hold of Mark Wallace. We've got his daughter working for us this evening, Emily. She's just doing a fantastic job, and she's so experienced now anyway. But remember, Mark has won the Yarmouth Derby 4 times, so there's a man who knows what it takes. Okay, out of luck this year, but he's got plenty of chances on the supporting card. But it's not just Dad that's won the Yarmouth Derby for Team Wallace, if you like. What about Linda Jones? Emily's nan won the Yarmouth Derby as well, so it's ingrained in the family. They'll try and win it in 2025, I'm sure.
Yes, they will, because they don't, unfortunately, have a runner this evening. Now, we have got, of course, the presentations going on this evening. I think they're just gathering connections at the moment. He's trying to find everybody to get them all on the podium and make sure the Greyhound's there and what have you. But, you know, I wasn't part of the Sky Nights, Hobbsy,
Sure.
so how does it feel?
You're too young. You're lucky in that respect. But look, I've just had a couple of texts on the phone saying this feels like the old days, which I mentioned. It has got that feel, but it has required plenty of work behind the scenes. We pulled this together very, very quickly, but to reiterate, it couldn't happen without the team behind the scenes in many ways. But it's all about showcasing what's great about greyhound racing. This is Yarmouth's biggest night of the year. That shot is absolutely fantastic. We've just had one race. Look at the crowd there. Yes, many of them would have been to the races. It's the Eastern Racing Festival, so you've got horse racing Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Most of them are carrying on into the dogs. But even so, even from the town, it's at this time of the year, there's still the holiday period continuing, and they're packing them in on a big night. And it's quite unusual greyhound racing in terms of big night prizes, always at the weekend. Yeah. Whereas in the old Sky days, if you like, it was a Tuesday, Wednesday or Thursday, mainly on the Tuesday. So maybe this is a pilot, this is a test bed, but who knows? It might be that we will do one or two more midweek fixtures.
Fingers crossed. Well, there is our first result for the MWD Partnership Ladies Standard Division 2. Trap 5 Laugh a Lot in a winning time of 27.80 at 11-4. Beat Trap 1 Bombay Mercury at 11-4, and 2 Lollipop Jamsticks ran a big race at 8-1 in third place. That was our first race, 11-4. Well done if you had it in 27.80. Decent enough time as well. I think close enough to her quickest.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, again, reiterate that the weather has changed from this week to last. I mean, thank heavens really for the holiday crowd that have enjoyed the horse racing and the greyhound racing. The weather compared to last week, I mean, it has been tough in terms of the qualification for the heats and semi-finals. Both were on, I would say, certainly 2 weeks ago, quite slow going. Slightly quicker last week, but nevertheless, this is almost a different kettle of fish. That's not to say you rip up the form book. You don't do that, because we know how fast Druid Sago is.
Yeah.
In truth, these conditions favour her even more.
They do, don't they? Yeah, because, you know, you've got the staying greyhounds in Swift Depot who will be coming late and fast, but if it was slower ground, you would think that's going to slow up Druid Sago. Swift Depot's quite a big dog. He can get through the ground. And, I might change my mind later on. They always say, don't they, obviously, don't change your mind. I might change it later on. At the moment, I'm still with Murrow and Cozy, but we'll see. We'll see.
And again, just to underline those shots there, especially at Yarmouth, you can get pretty close to the action.
Yeah.
You can lean over, and you can, of course, you're not be stroking the runners before they absolutely race, but there's every chance afterwards as well. And there'll be one or two retired greyhounds around the circuit this evening. Hopefully we're going to catch up with them. They've got a very good home finding service here. It's pretty renowned. They do such a great job, and one or two of those ex-racers will be in and amongst the crowd, which is so important.
Yeah, it really is, because then you get to see what they're like in crowds. You get to see that they are these cuddly dogs, because people see greyhounds and think, oh, you know, they just want to run, or they're not that cuddly or whatever. And they are so lovely. And then when they look at you, they just stare into your soul. Now there is Trap 5, Laugh a Lot, getting a lot of love from Connections because she's taken out the first race. It's superb.
If I'm not mistaken, racehorse trainer Alice Haynes is making the presentation to Connections of our first race winner, and no doubt she's been enjoying the action the other side of the road at Yarmouth races this afternoon.
Certainly has. We've got Mark Wallace in there. We've got Mike Davis as well, both from the MWD partnership, who've sponsored quite a few races this evening as well. So yeah, we'll see them potentially quite a lot this evening, I think.
Exactly, and there is
maybe more than us.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's Mark. So it's he's part of the MWD partnership, of course, with Mike Michelle and Mark. So very much making and helping with the presentation. But I think he would prefer later on to be maybe taking that trophy as opposed to presenting it.
Yes, I would absolutely agree with you. Now, Laugh a Lot, you can see we have got plenty of love there, and plenty of water will be cooling down later on as well in the kennels, I think. Laugh a Lot, so superb.
Here comes the hare, and away they go for the Betfair East Anglian Derby final, and away fast is Trap 3, Fears of Phonic, who's going to lead up. It's Fears of Phonic who nips round here. He may be weak in the betting, but he's around in front from one. Jordan Solutions in second, then comes two. Philo Reason, it's a Charlie Lister, 1, 2, 3. Then comes Droopy's Bogart, after these comes four. My Eye Pickle, they come round the third bend, and it's Fears of Phonic. Surely he won't be caught up the home straight this time round. Fears of Phonic leading towards the winning line. Fears of Phonic, magnifique! Away they go, and racing up towards the first man. Fears of Phonic traps up well. Rue Come On goes with it. After these comes on the outside 6 Ocean Star, but Fears of Phonic goes round in front. A true champion hits the front, and there's a massive roar here at Yarmouth. They love this greyhound. He's broken the track record twice already on the prep to this. This will be win number 11 for Charlie Lister in the East Anglian Derby. It's Fears of Phonic, supersonic, subsonic, electronic, Fears of Phonic.
Absolutely superb to relive the action from 2010. And I mean, Errol Blythe is kind of my hero. I'm a bit of a fangirl because, you know, I love commentary, and he was the person that I went, I kind of want to be you, Errol. And that is why, because he can call the amazing dogs home just like that. He was superb.
I think I've already used the words iconic tonight, but why not for Errol's commentaries? And I think that's a sight that just warms me so much to see Fierce Phonic, those back-to-backs, and, you know, some old faces there, some old friends there, you know, sponsors and owners as well. And to just see Charlie Lister with those smiles. I mean, he's won this competition 12 times. Charlie Lister, OBE, is a legend of greyhound racing, now retired, of course. But the joke was that he used to come to Yarmouth for his summer holidays, and while he was at Yarmouth, he'd just go on and win the Yarmouth Derby. The East Anglian Derby went to Charlie Lister, and he would get the round of applause when he would turn up, and his greyhounds would be lauded. And I'm sure that people would love to see him make a comeback. I think he's more likely to holiday in Filey in beloved Yorkshire now than maybe Yarmouth, but he has got some really fond memories, and it's just great to see that. And hopefully, Charlie, on YouTube tonight, Charlie, hopefully, you know, the grandkids are helping you with that one. I'm sure they are. And I'm sure he'd love to have seen that this evening, and we'll get a tape to him in some shape or form. Do they still do tapes?
I'm not sure, to be honest, but let's go to Joe, shall we, and see who he's found.
Yeah, one race in, Gaz. Good start for the bookies.
Yeah, tell you what made me laugh there, Joe. All the oi brigade, you hear them down the far side, but they were quiet, going round the first bend until the 5 dogs gone about 6 clear when they know the money's safe, and then they give it the oi. But before you never heard them, didn't it?
You did absolutely dinner. On to the next race, yeah.
We say the bookies got the money on the first. I don't think they did, Joe. They've only laid 2 dogs, 3 and 5. I think the 5 dogs returned 5-2, is it? And there was a bit of money for 3. But look at the atmosphere. I don't know if the cameraman can show all the crowd here. It's absolutely alive, isn't it, the place? You know what I mean? It's just different. It's making me want to get a bit of chalk out again and put the prices up, but I'm not going to do it. No, great atmosphere, Joe. Really lovely to be involved in it tonight. And Emma's here, Mark's daughter. Yeah. He looks proud of her, doesn't he? When she comes on that mic, you can see he's looking at her, Mark. But it's all of it. And he's her nan, you know, Linda Jones. She was the guy. In my days when I used to go, and I've done a few quid on her dogs when they used to put the money on. She was. When the money's down, you've got to be with it. So, Linda, I don't know if you're watching, love, but you must be so proud of your Emily as well. And Queenie upstairs, we've got Queen Danny, haven't we? When they said, do you want to come on? I said, well, we can't. It's royalty, isn't it? You know, Danny Jackson, she's a Queen of Graham racing now, isn't she?
All good.
So let's have a look at these runners then for race number 2. It's the Sonata Security East Anglian Derby Puppy Trophy. It is for the youngsters, and they all are October pups, so come a couple of weeks' time there would no longer be puppies. Trap 1 is Troopers Halley, who's never won anywhere other than in Trap 1 for Craig Morris. Clona King runs out of Trap 2 for Carol Weatherall. She, of course, has got Get Up Me Son in the big final later. 3 stays vacant. Trap 4 is Crossfield Enzo for Pat Janssens. He's got runners in all the finals tonight. Fat Boys Harvey for John Mullins. Remember Swift Keith back in 2014, wasn't it, I think? Gosh, goodness. Corrate Fraud in 6 for Erica Samuels, the local runner.
So we've got the action coming up for race number 2, Sonata Security East Anglian Derby Puppy Trophy. So we have our second race coming up. Trap 2 is the favourite at 5-4, Clona King. It is 15-8 for Trap 4, Crossfield Enzo. 11-4, Trap 1, Droopies Halley. It is 9-1 for the outside duo, Fat Boys Harvey and Corrate Fraud. So Trap 2, Clona King is the favourite. We've got a vacant box to the outside. He should get a pretty clear run because he is a middle seed, and even if he moves off slightly, he's not going to meet another hound.
I'm surprised. I thought he'd be odds on. In truth, I think Clona King in Trap 2 for Darren Holmes and Carol Weatherall, of course, represented in the East Anglian Ground Derby final later on. They'll be hoping to kick off their night in the best possible style with that vacant trap next door. They had a 1-2 in that Nottingham final, just edged out by Rebel Venus. I can tell you, as we see the runners on parade for this race to the Sonata Security East Anglian Derby Puppy Trophy, the Crossfield Enzo is the best turned out here. So the night has started pretty well for Patrick Janssens in that respect. Rhea Tillett parading Crossfield Enzo for Patrick Janssens Racing. So well done to Rhea and the team. The best turned out courtesy of Time Graham Nutrition, and that 50 quid heading to Rhea, Crossfield Enzo. And I'm just wondering, Crossfield Enzo, second time up, certainly open to plenty of improvement. But the word Enzo, you talk about the Sky Sports days, Jeff Stelling presenting, then Gary Newbon presenting, and of course, our old mate Tony Ennis presenting as well.
Indeed.
Enzo. So is Crossfield Enzo named after Fernandez, Maresca, or maybe Ennis, Tony Ennis?
Indeed.
Gotta be.
I mean, he is a legend of the greyhound game, isn't he?
Exactly.
Enzo, so hopefully this lad can keep on all 4 paws this week as well, because he got bumped, he was stumbling about, he just looked green as grass. Crossfield Enzo on his debut for Patrick Jansen's Racing, so we'll see how he gets on. He's 8-1. He has been nibbled in from 9s. Trap 2, 6-4 favourite, just eased slightly. Trap 4, obviously at 15-8 at the moment. We'll see how he gets on. They are just on parade on the infield.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's give a big shout out to the owners. We've mentioned Darren Holmes, of course, of Clonard King. Craig Morris has got Droopy's Halley in Trap 1. Crossfield Enzo for the Patrick Jansen's Racing. John Mullins with Fat Boys Harvey and the Fat Boys TMT. Correct Fraud for Mr. Tanner and Erica Samuels. We've got some betting with Joe.
We have, and as you can see now, it's getting lively in the betting ring here, Gary, behind us. Give us a little bit of an update on this race.
Absolutely on fire, Joe. Yeah, bit amount the 4 dogs friendless. They put it in at 6 to 4. Ain't got a friend in the world, you know, like me, innit? But all the money is for the top here, Droopy's Alley. They went 11 of all. You said it was 11 of all early. One bookie went 3 to 1. That's now 9 of all. That's where the money is. And Trap 2, Carol Weatherall's dog. Well, now you know about Carol Weatherall's dog. Someone told me it was desperately unlucky last time, was it?
It was. My brother's got a share in it. I'm rooting for Carol Weatherall's dog, Clonard King in Trap 2. What do you fancy?
Can we back the 2 dog?
Have it on. Get it stuck in.
Bet responsibly.
Be quick, because the last one is in. Then it's the Sonata Security East Anglian Derby Puppy Trophy. These October pups then, 5 of them here. Trap 3 staying vacant. Harry's sent on its way, so Clonard King in Trap 2. Middle runner, does that give Droopy's Halley plenty of room for Craig Morris? Remember, this greyhound in Trap 1 has only ever won in the red jacket. They are away and running, and off they go, and quite a level start then. Clonard King 2 is just about the leader. Here's Crossfield Enzo, now moving lively on the outside, trying to steer across and just manages to clear. Goes on now, 5 Fat Boys Harvey up the inside in second. 1 some way back, Droopy's Halley. Correct Fraud is last, Trap 6. They run towards home. Crossfield Enzo for Pat Jansen's, and Pat Jansen's racing by a length and a half. Clonard King round the outside. 5 Fat Boys Harvey still there with a squeak. Down the lane they come. It's 2 coming home best of all as they go the line. 1 on the far side. 1 I think might have got there. Droopy's Halley right across the track here. It is definitely one for the judge.
Wow, what a finish. I mean, 1, 4, 2, 5. Who has got there? 4's in front at this point. Droopy's Halley's coming up the inside. 2's over the top, Clonard King. 1 maybe on the inside, Droopy's Halley, but it's very tight with 4. That is so tight.
I'm suggesting that maybe Craig Morris has struck gold here. Droopy's Halley on the inside might just have got there. Desperately tight. Crossfield Enzo did everything right, didn't it? We got a chance to see this race again, and out of the boxes. Good pace shown by Trap 2, Clonard King, but looking for the middle of the track. Then 4 cutting across the 2, and that was absolutely key. And fair play to Trap 4, rode that bump really well. And you can see where Droopy's Halley's going to have to come from a long way off the pace, but staying on very strongly. At this stage, Crossfield Enzo still got that couple of lengths advantage. The favourite Clonard King's looking to pick up. We're line abreast now. This is really exciting. I think we've had the photo finish. It's called. It's looking from here, Danny, that 1 has got there.
I think it has. I believe I've written down 1425. That was my first impression that I've got, and I'm pretty sure I'm bang on.
You are bang on, and that'd be brilliant for Craig. I mean, you know, Craig, of course, a long-time assistant to Mark and Hayley Keithley, all those great dogs, you know, Roxhome Nidge. I mean, what a champion greyhound he was.
Yes.
And he's making a mark on his own now, and he's certainly getting his fair share of winners. Well done, Craig.
Droopy's Halley, who is now 4 from 14 in his career. He's ever so consistent as well. In his last 3 starts, he's been second, he's been third, he's been second again. He's managed to win here because, as you see, 2's moved over ever so slightly, Clonard King. 4 had the early pace, Crossfield Enzo. If he didn't get his heels clipped, I think, at the first bend, then Crossfield Enzo might have just had that head in front. But he did by Trap 2, Clonard King. Then you see Trap 1, Droopy's Halley on the inside, just biding his time. He's definitely more of a staying type. He's not the early pace type. 4 is that Crossfield Enzo, and he's just been picked up on the line. Just Droopy's Halley from 4, Crossfield Enzo, 2, Clonard King was back in 3rd. We've not got the official result yet, but we've seen it on the still, so we know we're right.
Exactly. I'm looking forward to seeing Craig, and hopefully the guys can catch up with him. I was just thinking, Roxhome Nidge won the Yarmouth Derby 2019. Now, did Craig parade Nidge, or was it Hayley? I don't know, but I can't quite recall. But of course, Craig will remember. But you know, he was a champion performer, and for Craig to win on the Yarmouth Derby final night will be special. So well done if you went with Droopy's Halley.
just hearing that 27.89 was the winning time. So that's 9 spots slower than the first race, but there was a little bit of scrimmaging around the first turn.
And from where he came from off the pace, it's a pretty good run. So that's 4 wins from 14. He brings or brought A1 form to the table. Very strong running, Saul.
Daryl, that was a cracker.
Oh, it's a belt, and I feel happy actually I've managed to call one the winner, which I was sort of, 3-1 chance really. It was anybody's race. Good start, Clona King, and 4 did well. Crossfield Enzo just to get across. They did make contact, didn't they? And Drupis Halley at this stage, you had a good draw, remember, of course, middle and wide runners. And remember, Drupis Halley has only ever won out of Trap 1, so Trap 1's a big edge for Craig's dog, but so much to do here, turning in. Crossfield Enzo, I'm sure Enzo's at home cheering for the dog in the black coat, but look at this. I thought 2 was going to get Clona King, and then my eyes are drawn to the far side, and Drupis Halley has won by a slender margin. If we get any more races like that tonight, we are in for a real treat. 27.89, just a little bit slower than the first winner, Laugh a Lot. Doesn't matter though, 1-4-2 at 9-4 the winner.
So we are just about to give the trophy to the puppy. Sonata Security East Anglian Derby Puppy Trophy to Drupis Halley and Craig Morris and connections. Plenty of connections once again, Hobbsy. It's great to see loads and loads of people enjoying the night.
Absolutely, and that's what it's all about. And just to reiterate that, the punters at this side, they're so close to the action, yet they're side by side with our cameraman there. So that's how close they can get it, and you can see the smiles on the faces. That's what it means. It's Yarmouth's big night, and the greyhound in Trap 1, Drupis Halley, has starred.
And our thanks as well to the Sonata Security as sponsors, because we've got quite a few different sponsors, I think, tonight, Hobbsy, and it's great to see such a variety of people wanting to get involved and get behind our wonderful sport.
Absolutely. Without the sponsors, you don't get the big races, and there's very much Stephen Franklin, Mr. Yarmouth himself. Of course, it's now very much his boys who run Yarmouth, Simon and Justin, directors of the company, but it was, I think, Stephen's dad, Len Franklin, who very much was part of building Yarmouth Stadium back in the day. Look, the 78th East Anglian Greyhound Derby final. The clue is in the title.
Yeah.
They've been doing this for a long time, the Franklins.
And
no, I wasn't at the first one.
Are you sure?
Errol Blythe was. Apologies, Errol.
Errol's not with us tonight. He'll be sat at home, though, tuning in, I know for sure, because Errol loves this game. But we have got everybody congratulating the Sonata Security EA Derby Puppy Trophy. Right, I think Emily's ready for us.
Well, what a race we had for the second race on the card. Very, very tight finishes, which is what we like to see. But the winner was Drupis Halley for Craig Morris. Really pleased to say I'm joined by Megan, who paraded the dog and works for Craig. Megan, it is an exciting race to watch from the middle.
Yeah, definitely. I was a bit unsure at the bends because he doesn't run the bends best when there's other dogs around him. So going down the back, I thought his race was kind of over. And then jibbed a bit at the bend again, but then coming home, he showed so much pace. But yeah, just got on the line.
Of course, Craig's got loads and loads of history in the sport, but is now based in Yarmouth. So 2 local winners so far, but especially you've been at the track plenty. So it's nice to see local winners.
Yeah, definitely. It's good for the track and good for everybody.
And you have a couple of runners later on in the card. Any chances?
The Druids bitch is, well, she's drawn it very hard. But Cartwright's lad later on, he's just all about trapping. If he gets the break, then on the bunny, he's a good dog. But you just hope that he can get out. That's his chance.
Perfect. Thanks, Megan, and best of luck with the other runners.
Thank you.
And away they go, running up towards the first bend. What a start from Siders Jack. He's out on elastic. 2 is off in chase. Southern Massoud's trying to get inside him, but Jack won't let him pass. Siders Jack leads here. Last year's Derby winner, showing that class. Siders Jack, Southern Massoud's rushing up again into the third bend. After these comes Rio Quattro and Swift Keith. There's a bit of bumping going on as they come round the final bend. 4 dogs in the line. Who's going to win the East Anglian Derby? Swift Keith on the near side gets up and wins. What a remarkable run from John Mullins' Swift Keith. They're still roaring behind me after that win.
Swift Keith coming from off the pace to nail him on the line. Swift Depot runs kind of the same race tonight, Hobbsy.
Strong running. I mean, Swift Keith was towards the rails, but Swift Depot certainly comes up that home straight like Swift Keith. And just looking at that, I was kind of hoping for that wonderful kind of interview with John and the tears flowing. And it just occurred to me that, seeing those pictures from back in the day, they kind of warm me. I've mentioned that. But a great shout to obviously Sky Sports, to the legends at Dave and Clive Lawrence, who have got all this, stored and so we can enjoy once again. You never, if you're a Greyhound fan, will tire from seeing that, and especially one or two of the scenes afterwards at the presentation, of course. So many thanks to those guys. But 10 years on from Swift Keith, can Swift Depot do it? And whether we'll have the same emotion, I'm not too sure. He's an emotional guy, is John, clearly. But I think, perhaps he'll just be delighted. But as mentioned, hopefully we get a chance to have a catch up with John downstairs. I think he always uses Yarmouth Derby night with his owners in the executive boxes here, looks after them, and hopefully, fingers crossed for him, he gets one or two winners, and it might be the big one.
It might be the big one. He's got plenty of runners throughout the evening as well. We will be hearing from John at some point. I'm just going to highlight as well, we have got Craig Morris with our next race as well with Druids Luna. She's got a tough draw, but he is looking for a double already. But let's go back to Emily. I think she's found someone else.
Welcome back to Yarmouth. We're just outside the executive boxes, and I am joined by local trainer John Mullins, who has plenty of runners on the card tonight, including Swift Depot going from Trap 5 in the big East Anglian Derby final. But John, we'll start off with Bombay the Joker in race 5.
Yep.
Very unlucky last week in the semi-finals.
Very unlucky. Didn't come away, did he? And the ground he made up. I think he only got beat 4 lengths, so if he can come away, then I can't see him getting beat, but he's got to come away. So he's done a lot of running. I'll keep my fingers crossed.
In the next race, you have Righty, ran in the same semi-final last week as Bombay the Joker and Swift Depot. He's a very versatile dog, has a bit of all-round pace.
Yeah, he can do it from the off front and come back. I think he was unlucky last week. Switched, otherwise they got him qualified, but he didn't. So I think he's got a great chance, and he loves it around here.
Both Bombay the Joker and Righty, the track seems to suit their running styles.
Yeah, I mean, this is not unlike Oxford, really. Righty likes tight track, he liked Kinsey, so I think it suits him.
And then in the MWD Partnership Sprint Final, you have Ace Duke's Box Popper.
Let's call him Butch, shall we?
We have Butch going from track 1, ran well to qualify last week and nicely drawn tonight.
He's not a natural sprinter. He stays, and I think a lot of him. But in the heats, he skew-whiffed out the traps, and I just thought, look, let's take the cotton wool off him, start him running now properly. And he's in the final, run well. He's got track 1, which will suit him. And if he can come away, he's got a great chance.
And then in the MWD Partnership Derby Purse, you have half the field in that. You've got 3 runners, Little as Snook, U2, and 2 Right. The Derby Purse always run on the East Anglian Derby final night, so it's a prestigious race. You're glad to have half the field.
Yeah, it's a prestigious race. Look, it's great to have half the field. We should have a good shout. U2 doesn't stay it quite. If he can get off the front, but I think, to be fair, Little as Snook will be the one to beat in that. I know Patrick's got a good dog in it, but if we can get round in front with him, he might do a run. Having said that, if he doesn't, then God knows what he'll do.
We'll finish off with, of course, the big one, Swift Depot. He's come into some great form and run a monster race to qualify last week.
Yeah, he was running well before this started. I mean, he's doing good runs here, and now the big boys have turned up. He's done good runs against them. So his semi-final was a monster run, coming off the pace, and to get on win like that, you can't ask for any more. So hopefully tonight, he actually can lead and cut the bend and go around in front. But whether that happens is a different story. But if he's not too far away, I'd expect him, give a good run.
Just quickly, last won the competition 10 years ago with Swift Keith, so it's a competition that means a lot to you.
Well, Yarmouth means a lot to me because I think it's one, if not the best track in the country. Franklin's look after the place, everything's immaculate. You cannot fault this place in any way, and some of the people should take a look at them. The Yarmouth Derby has always been my number 2 race, second behind the Derby. So obviously it meant a lot to win it, and it would mean a lot to win it again.
Perfect. Thanks, John, and best of luck.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Yeah, one of the rare races coming up that John is not represented in this evening is the third race, the Coulibaly Shadow at Stud Ladies Standing. By the way, standing with Richard Devonish in Cambridgeshire. Should you be interested? Very, very speedy greyhound. Related Jet heads the list, drawn in trap 1, but probably edging off a little bit. Mini Bullet has got super form, of course, gold collar runner-up last year for Mark Wallace. Aces to open, probably wants to be nearer the fence, trap 3 for Jason Bloomfield, all of which means that Ballymac Zumi, not the 11 to 8 that was out there earlier. That was very nice, thank you. Now 1 to 2. Druids Luna in 5 for Craig Morris. Looks for the double. And Astral Queen, another local for Pam Cross in the 6.
Yeah, we're good to go here. And this is the third race of the card. And Gareth, what we got down the betting here?
Gamble landed there, the one dog, wasn't they? Oh, I should imagine had the bicycle clips on coming to the line. How did he get up the one dog?
Some race.
It was some race. The front 4, you couldn't split them, could you? So plenty of money here for Ballymac Zumi, trap 4. You know the man who owns this, Mark Trewell. I don't know if you know the dog game, but we used to have a dog bookmakers at Walthamstow called TNF, and they were when they come in, they were like the boys. They took everyone on and at the race course. And Mark Trewell was part of that TNF, and he owns this dog here, trap 4. So there's money for it as well for Mark Newbury. I don't like to say it. I think it's a good thing, the 4 dog. Do you, Joe?
Gary, this is my nap of the evening, I must say. This is my nap. This is a good thing.
Would you bet 6 to 4 on, Joe?
I wouldn't, but it was bigger earlier.
What price was it earlier?
Not too bad, even money 4 to 5, so
Joe,
not too much.
All the evens, and we've got to take 6 to 4 on. Thanks, Joe.
Well, I think that's every reason to lay it, isn't it? Because it's Joe's nap of the night, Hobbsy.
Oh, I don't know. I think he's in good form. So, Druid say go. He possibly has laid off that now at a big price, odds on for the Yarmouth Derby final. So, Ballymac Zumi in trap 4 certainly has to be respected. I think it wins. Out of the Ballymac Kingdom and Ballymac Diva, so very much Liam Dowling, and of course Liam Dowling fantastically won the English Greyhound Derby earlier this year, Star Sports English Greyhound Derby at Toaster, after so many years trying. I think that was one of the biggest stories of this year already. That was a sensational win for Diladi Dar, so well done to him. I'd expect that Ballymac Zumi wins this. I can tell you the best turned out here is trap 6, Astral Queen, so well done to local trainer Pam Cross and the kennel hand parader Wayne Mean.
Superb then for Astral Queen to win the £50, sponsored by the Time Greyhound Nutrition, of course, for our best turned out this evening. Our thanks to them. We've got a 4 to 9 favourite. I mean, I've got a soft spot for Ballymac Zumi. I think Druids Luna's got a tough draw. Mini Bullet, I mean, we all love Mini Bullet.
It's on the sharp side for Mini Bullet, but she's a multiple big race finalist. And of course, I'm looking forward to Emily at some point interviewing her dad.
Maybe this race. We're off to commentary now with Daryl.
Did Hobbsy say that the handler was Mean and the trainer was Cross for the 6? Wow. Ballymac Zumi in 4, and I totally agree with everybody. 11 to 8 in some places early. You need to get up early. The earlier these guys. Come on, 11 to 8 was out there. Hare on the approach. Coulibaly Shadow at Stud, and away they go. And 4's got a lovely break through the middle. Ballymac Zumi has 3 as expected, edges across. 1's going to move up, Related Jet on the inside, then the 5. Droopis Luna making progress up into second place. They're followed by Aces to Open. All this is happening a long way behind the leader. Ballymac Zumi for Nart Newbury. Leads by 2 lengths. Related Jet, though, is trying to close in second. 3 lengths down. Then the 5, Druids Luna off the final bend. Ballymac Zumi, the favourite, still in front. Related Jet, though, is picking up well on the far side. But Zumi's home for all money. 4 wins it, beat the 1. 5, Druids Luna in 3rd.
Whoa, what a finish. Ballymac Zumi. She was crying out for that line, Hobbsy.
I tell you, it is the longest run in greyhound racing. Certainly it feels like it. If you're on the favourite there, Ballymac Zumi, under pressure from trap 1, Related Jet for Con Condon. That's 2 seconds for Con. He certainly deserves a change of luck. But we've got to say hats off to Ballymac Zumi in connections. Mark Newbury and Mark Sherwood. They've got a great, fantastic partnership, the two of them, owner-trainer partnership, and brilliant to hear what Gary said about Mark and his Walthamstow bookmaking history as well, because they were big players there. He's absolutely right. There's one or two Stowe faces here this evening. It's great to see. And at this stage, Ballymaxumi was in charge, but one wasn't going away.
Certainly not, and you can see Related Jet just eating into that advantage that Ballymaxumi had managed to build up, because as we knew, Aces to Open was always going to edge towards the rail. I mean, fours come really wide down the home straight. Ballymaxumi, she's almost thrown it away by coming so wide off the home bend.
Yeah, absolutely, but in terms of the favourite landing the spoils, had every chance out of the boxes. Aces to Open in trap 3, always runs out of trap 1, takes a step to the left. Jason Bloomfield's ground very much clearing the way for the favourite to go on, albeit it perhaps, we thought, would have been a little bit more comfortable than it was.
Yeah, I think we were holding our breath ever so slightly, but, you know, we can see that the middle seeds actually stayed quite wide. So you look at Ballymaxumi, Druids Luna, Astral Queen, they all stuck to their racing lines out the boxes. It was Aces to Open, and Mini Bullet, I have to say, she was hounded all the way up the run, up the home straight for the first time, and she's done well, really, to just keep her mind on the job.
Exactly. She was under pressure right from the off. And remiss for me not to mention, of course, this is the Coolavani Shadow at Stud Ladies standard. Sort of well done, highlighting one of the fastest greyhounds that we've seen in recent years. Now at Stud, of course, but a finalist in back-to-back Yarmouth derbies. He deserved better luck, but he's an absolute machine.
He certainly is. Now, Daryl, I think we've got a result.
I was always confident, Danny, that Ballymaxumi was holding on. But I tell you what, aren't we getting some brilliant finishes tonight? It's almost as if they knew we were coming. Ballymaxumi at 4-9. Backed a little bit more for Mark Newbury. That's 5 wins in the last 7. Trap 1 Related Jet running on. That's a big run. Con will be pleased with that in second at 10 to 1. He'd be more pleased if, of course, she got up in time. Back in third was 5 Druids Luna at a big price. But a first winning favourite of the night here at Great Yarmouth.
Yeah, gamble landed and one for the punters there. 11-8 this morning. Darryl said into 4-9 at the off. Gary, that's a good result for the punters.
I'll tell you what, I know it's Derby final night, but there was plenty of bangers and mash for that favourite there. They were going in at the death here, taking 6 of all on, 7 of all. But saying that, as if it's returned 4-9, if people come racing, we want everyone to come race. I know you're enjoying it, watching it at home, but you could have betted 6 of all on that favourite there at the death there. So that's returned not big gap, isn't it? 6 of all to 9 of all, but. Oh, well, when it led. But again, you heard the aye boys early, but ran the last bend. And then they started again near the line. But, Joe, you took a bit of evens, you told me.
I didn't, unfortunately, no, but it's a good result for the punters.
He might have had a bit 11 or 10 then. He was on. Well, he was on. There was our Joe.
Yeah, I don't think he was on. But anyway, 27.75 is the winning time for Ballymaxumi, and that is pretty rapid.
It's pretty rapid. I was just double-checking the track record, which they kindly do put in the race card. And I was thinking, Fierceophonic seems to ring a bell, but maybe it's such a long time ago it has subsequently been beaten, but it hasn't. It's been equal.
Wow.
King Elvis and Fierceophonic still hold the track record. Can you hazard a guess at what I'm putting you on the spot, and you really don't need to know it, but if I tell you it was 27.17, I think that shows you, one, how incredibly fast the greyhounds of the year was. Was Sophonica a ground of the year? I know he's second in the derby. I don't think he was. Certainly King Elvis was, but they were 2 of the fastest grounds that have ever flown around here. Clearly, they're top of the tree, but they were pretty good at other tracks as well.
Yeah, they certainly were, but that's what we're aiming for, 27.17.
Yeah, I doubt that that's going to be threatened this evening, as much as we know that Druid say go, and she might, I think, after this go for the Oaks, and that's over 480, but she came up from 400 metres at Romford. She's doing silly times there, 23, 70 or 60 or whatever. So, but you would imagine that 480 is as far as she wants to go. She can still win over 480 because she's got that early pace, but she will be coming back to them. And at 27.17, you're going to have to run 4.62 metres flat out to get that sort of time. I'm not too sure she can quite do that.
I was looking actually through the card, and I think the fastest time that we've got on the card is 27.38, and that was Swift Depot.
And I think a greyhound that, if he breaks that well, up against pace either side of him, running against A1 dogs is different to open race dogs.
Yeah.
So he gets a clearer run potentially, A1 or A2s, and I remiss not to check myself, but did that come in open race or graded contest, and did he get that break? I assume he would have done, but either way, he's got pace at both ends. And this is great, this presentation, because there's Rich Marlin. He's one of the big owners in greyhound racing, and especially here at Yarmouth. So he was a part owner with Kulavani Shadows, a few of the old lads there, and a great face from the the banter that wasn't the voice. What was his name? The banter that he had with Chappers on Sky Sports. Oh, it's gone from me. I'm usually really good with names.
Yeah,
I'll get it standing next to
That's because you were
Patrick
here for the
Janssens.
first East Anglian Derby, weren't you, Hobbsy?
Thank you.
But the Kulavani Shadow at stud ladies standard Division 1 goes to track 4, Bally Maxumi, Mr. Trillwood and Mark Newbury.
Yeah, we're going to be joined now by Mark Trillwood, the owner of Ballymazumi there, who's just won the race. Mark, Kulavani Shadow with some ground, we know that.
Yeah.
He's following the same footsteps, this girl.
Well, I'd like to think so, but I mean, she's done really well here. Credit to Mark and Karen. We got her just before Christmas, and just been round here. We took her to Monmore, didn't pick her feet up, came back here, and she's just learnt her trade. Fantastic, thrilled to bits.
Absolutely, well done to you.
Thank you very much.
And Mark, you must be absolutely delighted with that.
Over the moon, Joe, absolutely over the moon. Look, firstly, big thanks to the sponsors, so great prize money tonight, and then a big thank you to the Franklin family. What an asset this place is to the sport. Beautiful stadium, professionally run, absolutely fantastic. And finally, big thanks to Karen at home. She's behind it all and does it all. I'm just a van driver. But yeah, big thanks to my wife Karen, who stayed at home with the rest of the dogs. But yeah, she gets them ready.
It is an absolutely lovely to have a winner. Lovely to have a win on the card.
Absolutely, yeah, over the moon.
Well done, guys.
Yeah, thanks, Joe.
Get ready. They're off and racing up towards the first bend. It's a great start for Calco Flyer up the centre. Leads here, 4 pacing up Southfield Jock. Do It for Twiggy's trying to get involved as well. But around the bend, Southfield Jock's gone. Leads here, 2.5 lengths clear from Do It for Twiggy in second. After these comes 3, Calco Flyer. But Southfield Jock's got a stranglehold on the East Anglian Derby for Seamus Gahill. Do It for Twiggy's making a bold bid on the inside. It's still Southfield Jock. Do It for Twiggy. What a run! What a run! Can you see that? Arms aloft. Unbelievable scenes. I never thought it would happen, but Do It for Twiggy has done it for the locals.
I just can't take the smile off my face, because every time I hear that roar when there's a dog coming across the line, and she was creeping up the inside once she there, Do It for Twiggy, and she was getting there with every stride, and you could hear the locals just absolutely, really roaring her home. I can't wait to hear that tonight.
And that was a particularly excitable crowd that night, because that Do It for Twiggy for Craig and Erica Samuels was the last local winner of the Yarmouth Derby. So they were special scenes. John Glenn and all the team of owners absolutely in full flight, because it wasn't until that home straight when Do It for Twiggy struck gold, and it was extraordinary. Great scenes from the locals. Will we see that tonight? They've got 3 of them to cheer on. It could happen.
It could happen. It certainly could. But, I've just got this grin on my face all night just because we're here. I've got my grin on my face because I keep hearing Errol's commentary, which has always, electrified me anyway. And I cannot wait to see who is going to take that 78th East Anglian Derby final. But I think we've got Emily chatting to someone in the betting ring.
Well, welcome back to the presentation area where I'm joined by Patrick Janssens. The last race was, of course, the Kulavani Shadow at Stud Race, who, for you, Patrick, has gone off favourite in the East Anglian Derby final the last 2 years. Now retired at Stud. This year you have the favourite, but it's a competition that you have won before. You like to win it.
Yeah, we love to win it. We love coming here. It's a great night's racing. It's a great competition. Yarmouth put a real good show on, and yeah, fingers crossed.
You've got a few runners on the card. We'll start with Not So Slow in the MWD Partnership Sprint. Of course, won his heat last week, and he looks like a good thing tonight in the final.
Yeah, he's running very well again. He was very poorly, had a virus, and he's just coming right at the right time, really. He's don't run the second bend grade, really, but no, he's last week he ran very well, and hopefully he can break and do the same thing.
He, of course, won on Derby final night at Toaster, so he's proved that he can do it on the big nights, and this would be another nice one to add to his CV.
Yeah, it would be, and he's only just 2, you know what I mean? He's only a young dog. He's got fantastic early, great attitude towards racing, and he's a very good dog.
Then in the MWD Partnership Derby Purse, you have Breton Molly going for you. Ran really well last week, proves that she really does stay the trip.
Yeah, she does, you know. She's sort of, I think she's more like a Crayford type bitch, 714, but she loves them tight tracks. She ran very well. Crayford as well, got there to the semi-finals. Runs this track very well. I don't think she can lead. There's a lot of early in the race, but if the gap's open at the right time, I think she got a chance.
In the 847, you have Romeo Kingpin, obviously used to run for Graham Holland in Ireland, ran in the Conan Kirby final. He's a new recruit for you, first race tonight, but he's got that touch of class, so must have a chance.
Yeah, he does, you know. His trials ain't been great. His sprint trial last week at Toaster was very good, I thought. But listen, it's a bit... I'm a bit unknown with him as well. He never set the world alight yet for us, you know what I mean? But he's in great form and he's good. His trials were okay here. He's done a low 28, so hopefully he can improve on that and hopefully he can lead and make all.
And then finally, in the main final, you have Druid Sago. She's going to go off as odds-on favourite, but for a good reason. She's not put a foot wrong at Yarmouth so far, so hoping that can continue for one more night.
Yeah, she's a real game bitch, you know. She from the last 20 races, I think she won 16 at various tracks, and yeah, she's in good form. And listen, you can't take nothing for granted because there's 5 other good dogs in the race, and if something gets loose or something like that, but no, she's in good form and we hope for the best.
And what would you make the biggest danger in the race?
I don't know. The 3 dog is very good, and I think the 5 of John Mullins is very good as well. And there's a few in there, you know what I mean. Trap 6 ran very well last week, I thought, you know, but listen, it's all down to her, really. I think if she can break and she can lead at the first bend, I think they have a job on to catch her.
A mention for the owners as well. I know they put some stuff on social media, but good owners for the kennel.
Yeah, they're really, really nice people. They have more race horses, really, than dogs. And they had with me Blue Bernie and a few others. And yeah, but this is by far their best one so far. They have answering as well. And yeah, this is a fantastic bitch for them. You know, she's so consistent, so good. Romford, Yarmouth, Toaster, you call it, and she won everywhere. And yeah, fingers crossed.
Perfect. Thank you, and best of luck for your runners.
Thank you.
Yeah, Patrick has one of the best strike rates in the country for open race trainers. Nearly 35% of runners to winners this season. He is flying high. Now, here are the runners for Division 2 of the Stadium Bookmakers East Anglian Derby Standard. Trap 1 is Millbank Boiler for Gemma Evans in the red jacket. One of 4 semi-finalists from the East Anglian Derby, and plenty of money coming for Trap 1. Jim on Fair in 2 for Robert Emery in from Crayford. 3 is Ballymac John. There's been a little bit of renewed interest in Ballymac John. He was nearly 6-1 with some firms earlier on. 3rd in the Monmore Gold Cup recently. Bombay the Joker, talking about fast times. That's the greyhound with the quickest time of the year over the Derby trip here. 27.28, represents John Mullins. 5 is New In Ranger, who's been off since July. And 6 is Beaming Panther on the outside for Belinda Green.
Right. Okay, race 4, Gaz, what we got here?
Yeah, they get 7 of all each of 2 here. 7 of all the top, Millbank Boiler. 7 of 2 Ballymac John. I'm going to get a bit of help about that in a minute. And then we've got 7 of all Bombay the Joker and 3 to 1 the bottom, Beaming Panther. Now the bottom's owned by my 2 pals, Alan Ballard, Barry Sadler. Barry's in Portugal. I think Alan's in I think he's in Canby Island after last week because he thought it was going to win the final. He got knocked out in the semis. But I know it's fancy, but look who I've got here. Look who we've got here. Track 3, Ballymac John, Mark Wallace. What did Dad say? We want the truth. Come on, you got to tell the truth.
That's right, I only speak the truth. Ballymac John should have a really good chance. Got knocked out in the Yarmouth Derby semi-finals last week. But in the heats, he absolutely flew out the traps and was so unlucky at the bend. The 4 Romeo still just moved off on him. Otherwise, he would have won.
3 leads round the bend, then. Can we give it some more eyes? Will he get picked up, Johnny, if he leads?
Not if he leads, no. I'll be oi-oing.
I haven't got the oi-oys from Emily. I think me and Joe will have a couple of bob on it as well. So Emily's with a 3 dog. You think one had a chance, though, Joe, yeah?
3 different opinions here. My next best is in 1. The nap's just landed, guys. We're going to try and get the next best in here. Next best in every Trap 1. Here we go.
Well, they sound like they're having an absolute riot down in the betting ring. Millbank Boiler, the next best for Joe. I've got a soft spot for Bombay the Joker. I thought he was going to actually win the Yarmouth Derby, and he just got it all wrong at the boxes last week. So hopefully he gets out, because if he does, he has got some serious speed into that first turn.
He definitely has. John Mullins, of course, trains this one. He's an A1 winner. We talked about fast time, 27.28. He'll look to repeat that sort of run. I'm with the guys, Millbank Boiler in trap one. I think it's a perfect draw for Gemma Evans' greyhound. The time greyhound nutrition best turned out is New In Ranger trap 5. 50 quid goes for trainer Jason Bloomfield.
Superb. Now we've got more news from the betting ring.
Gary does a smash-up job here. What is it?
Look, there's 3 bookies here tonight. 2 bookies ain't got a price on the 4 dog. Someone's gone in 700 a 4, 700 a 4, and they're still running backwards and forwards trying to get the other bit of money on. Plenty of money for the 4 dog here. Bombay the Joker, Johnny Mullins. You just interviewed John Mullins. He's got a lovely box in there. Someone's got to pay for that tonight, Joe, that bar. Maybe the bookies here. Track 4, big bets for it.
All the money for 4.
I mean, I'm not surprised that all the money's down for 4. Like I say, I really was impressed by him. He beat U2 in an A1 3 starts ago. He was chucked into the Yarmouth Derby. He didn't quite get it right in the heat, but he still managed to qualify. He does loads of running late. Then he definitely didn't get it right in the semi-final. Can he get it right tonight? The money says so.
Bombay Racing, the owners of Bombay the Joker, had flick of a coin last year, so they think maybe it's unfinished business. Potentially, Bombay the Joker's got a massive chance for Messrs Artis and Rack and Mrs Lewis. Good luck with Millbank Boiler. For the Emery's, Jim on Fire. Ballymac John for the MWD. The Bloomfield Racing Club, New In Ranger. Beaming Panther for Alan Ballard and Barry Sadler.
Let's go back to Darryl.
Thank you very much, Danny. So the Stadium Bookmakers East Anglian Derby stand in Division 2. Then 4 of last week's defeated semi-finalists are back. Who's going to emerge on top, though? We've heard all the money for the 4 here. Bombay the Joker for Bombay Racing and John Mullins. Black Coat looking to get a good start. Here's the bunny approaching. And they race away. 4's got an OK start. 3 just taxed across to the inside. Millbank Boiler's going to lead Ballymac John. 4 has settled in 3rd. Bombay the Joker. 6 to their outside trying to get involved. Beaming Panther. 4 just can't get a run through at the moment. Bombay the Joker as 1 continues to turn it on here. Millbank Boiler. Can you hear Joe out there calling this winner in front of the moment? 3 Ballymac John's a strong sort. Now getting after it off the final bend. It is Millbank Boiler by 2 lengths. It's going to be enough to hold Ballymac John all the way to the line. And it's going to be Boiler who scores. Beats Ballymac John, and 4 Bombay the Joker was 3rd.
Trap 1, Millbank Boiler beats Trap 3, Ballymac John, and 4 Bombay the Joker was back in 3rd. Hobbsy, Joe is going to be insufferable.
He will be, but Millbank Boiler in trap 1 fully deserves it. And I think there's lots of people will look at that price, 2 to 1, and think, how?
Yeah.
Great draw against the fence. Of course, he's had to go and win his race. He was unlucky with the draw in the semi-finals. I actually fancy Millbank Boiler outright for Yarmouth Derby honours. And I think, he's certainly fast enough to have gone very, very close. But the draw was against him. This was a far better draw. Hindsight's a wonderful thing, of course. But once getting in front of the likes of Ballymac John and Bombay the Joker, there was only going to be 1 winner. Well done to Millbank Boiler. Well done to Gemma Evans, a Romford trainer, and Mrs Lewis and Mrs Rack and Artis.
Indeed, Millbank Boiler now makes it 5 from 11 in his fledgling career. You can see the head on here. There's a split down the centre, like the parting of the Red Sea, almost down the centre of the track. But he did have the draw this week, Millbank Boiler, and he's really managed to put them to the sword very early on. Bombay the Joker, he did a lot of running a couple of weeks ago, I thought, and he didn't seem to have that same va-va-voom today.
Possibly not. I'm loving what Ballymac John is doing at the moment. I think he looks to be back to something like his best. He was a puppy star, won the season scaffolding at Hove, 27.57. I'm hearing the winning time, a good winning time there for Millbank Boiler. But Ballymac John has run a commendable race. I think the value of that particular form line shouldn't be underestimated because the 1st and 2nd were clear of the rest.
Yes, they certainly were, but 27.57 by far the quickest time of the night. Trap 1, Millbank Boiler beats 3 Ballymac John and 4 Bombay the Joker, Darryl.
Yeah, we step it up a notch, don't we, with a good winning time there, Danny, for a Gemma Evans charge here. And remember, we were hearing from Gary earlier talking about all those trap 1s on Monday night. Before Monday night, trap 1 was the quietest box over the last few weeks. By the end of Monday night, 1 was the leading box. So keep an eye on those red jackets. Ballymac John 2nd, 100 to 30. And Bombay the Joker, the favourite, was only 3rd.
So That was race number 4 done and dusted. I don't know about you, Hobbsy. I was really nervous before the start of tonight because obviously there's quite a lot riding on this. We're bringing the outside broadcast back.
Yeah.
We wanted it to be absolutely superb, and I think we've done all right so far. We've got some good races, we've got some good winners, we've got some good reactions, so I think we're doing all right.
Look, it's too good a night to talk about greyhound racing politics, but we're in this situation. We have to try to make the most of it. It was important to get a good programme out there, a test bed. This is a pilot. We want to be back at all the big races, as many as possible, and get some atmosphere and just tell everybody what a great night out greyhound racing is. And if you win a few quid, happy days.
Indeed.
Joe's won a few quid.
He has. Let's find out how much.
Not a lot, I haven't had a bet, but we're on fire down here, putting in plenty of winners. I must say, Gary, Napa next best, in the bag. That's what we do.
Unbelievable. Honestly, Joe, I know you fancy the one dog there, Millbank Boiler, but the money that was put on the 4 dog there, Bombay the Joke, I said the fella was run along having the 400 quid on, but Emily's dog ran well, didn't it? Ballymac John as well, and my old pal's dog and the 6 dog there, once he missed the break. They've got to turn the corner here, haven't they? But I'll tell you what, Joe, we said the other night you had 7 trap ones won here the other night. This all is adding up to the final, you know. You won't get no evens 4 to 5. You might have to bet 6 to 4 on, 7 to 4 on the favourite in the final. You're the man banging form. Who's going to win the final?
I think Druid Sago has got an absolute draw to die for. But you did mention earlier, John's got to pay for that box. He's got a good chance with Swift Depot, hasn't he?
Well, I'll leave it to you, Joe. You're the man in form.
Now, if you have just tuned in, welcome along to Great Yarmouth Stadium. We have got our first outside broadcast, of course, for Gone to the Dogs Live. And here are just a few highlights of what we've had so far.
They are away and running, and off they go. And quite a level start. Kona King 2 is just about the leader. Here's Crossfield Enzo. Now moving lively on the outside, trying to spear across and just manages to clear. Goes on now. 5 Fat Boys Harvey up the inside in second. 1 Subway Black Droop is Halley. Great Fraud is last trap 6. They run towards home. Crossfield Enzo for Pat Janssens, and Pat Janssens racing by a length and a half. Clona King round the outside. 5 Fat Boys Harvey still there with a squeak. Down the lane they come. It's 2 coming home best of all as they go the line. 1 on the far side. 1 I think might have got there. Droop is Halley right across the track here. It is definitely one for the judge. And away they go, and 4's got a lovely break through the middle. Ballymac Zumius 3 as expected, edges across. 1's going to move up, Related Jet on the inside, then the 5. Droop is Luna making progress up into second place. They're followed by Aces to Open. All this is happening a long way behind the leader. Ballymac Zumi for Nart Newbury leads by 2 lengths. Related Jet though is trying to close in second, 3 lengths down. Then the 5 Druids Luna off the final bend. Ballymac Zumi the favourite, still in front. Related Jet though is picking up one on the far side, but Zumi's home for all money. 4 wins it, beat the 1. 5 Druids Luna in third. The bunny approaching. And they race away. 4's got an okay start. 3 just taxed across to the inside. Millbank Boiler's going to lead Ballymac John. 4 has settled in third. Bombay the Joker. 6 to their outside trying to get involved. Beaming Panther. 4 just can't get a run through at the moment. Bombay the Joker as 1 continues to turn it on here. Millbank Boiler. Can you hear Joe out there calling this winner in front of the moment? 3 Ballymac John's a strong sort. Now getting after it off the final bend. It is Millbank Boiler by 2 lengths. It's going to be enough to hold Ballymac John all the way to the line. And it's going to be Boiler who scores. Beats Ballymac John, and 4 Bombay the Joker was third.
Well, we're already up to race number 5. 7:22 is the off time. We've got a Click Competitions East Anglian Derby Standard Division 1. I mean, Click Competitions seems to be, you know, the big sponsor, obviously, of the big race. And I think it's Simon Franklin's brother who owns the Click Competitions. You can win all sorts, including that green Lamborghini.
Exactly, that would be nice, wouldn't it? So I think, yeah, there's some sort of lottery situation, raffle situation. We're hoping to get, I think, the MD, Mr. CJ, to come up and explain a little bit more about it. But we always like to support the sponsors in any way that we can because they're supporting us.
Yeah.
So,
and that's what we need.
And actually going back through those previous East Anglian Greyhound Derby, some of the high profile sponsors, we had Topol, we had Betfair, my old mate Tom Rolfe, not there anymore, but elsewhere. But you know, it was great to see him looking rather fresh faced, I have to say, 10 years ago.
Now there we can see our latest winner, who is just about to be popped onto the podium. Millbank Boiler for Messrs Artis and Rack and Mrs Lewis. And we've got Gemma Evans, of course, the Romford trainer, who is, well, just giving giving this lad a lot of love because he's 5 from 11. That's an unbelievable stat so far.
Yeah, absolutely. There's Gemma, of course, and you know, people perhaps tuning in tonight. Of course, her mum, her late mum, much loved Yvonne Gaskin. You know, part of a greyhound racing dynasty, the Gaskins. We've got other dynasties tonight, the Cobbolds, you know, from Kevin through to Joe and to Trevor, the late Joe, of course. Mullins, another dynasty, you know, late Pat Mullins, Derby winning trainer. Linda Mullins, very much still with us, of course, and rules the roost still. Champion trainer multiple times. And the boys are absolutely doing her proud, of course, you know, David and John tonight.
Indeed. Now, I think Emily might have found somebody else for us to chat to.
Well, Millbank Boiler was a very impressive winner of race 4 here at the track. Run really well to hold off Ballymac John, who's strong enough in behind. We're going to try have a chat with Gemma Evans, the trainer. Gemma, what a run. I mean, just out and gone.
I'm absolutely over the moon. We got dealt a really not a great draw in the race before. So just to win here again is great on finals night too. I'm over the moon. And so are the owners.
He seems to have taken to the track so well. So to come back here, even though you got knocked out last week, and still win on the night is great for you, the owner.
Oh, 100%. I'm over the moon.
And obviously Yarmouth as a track as well on their biggest night. Great atmosphere here tonight.
Absolutely. I love it here. I absolutely love it. It's the first time I've actually come here, other than when I was a baby. So yeah, a really great feel. Absolutely magnificent. It's lovely. It's really nice.
You have a very interesting runner later on in the card in Fratton Bark, who's a very popular dog on social media. He's running in the sprint. He's been a fantastic dog for the kennel.
Yeah, I mean, I'd just like to see him crack out. I think he could win the race, but it all depends, you know, what he's like with a sprint. He's got to crack out. So hopefully, let's come here with 2 winners, hopefully.
He's got a good group of owners as well. Are they here tonight? A
few of them are, yeah. They were at Romford on Friday when he ran. But they're from all over the country, so but I know there's a few here, so fingers crossed for them.
Hopefully we'll be interviewing you on the winners' podium later as well. Thank you, Gemma.
Thank you.
Yeah, wouldn't it be wonderful if Gemma could get 2 out of 2 tonight, Fratton Bark, and I think the football club should change their ground name to Fratton Bark. That would be fantastic. Now we move on to the Click Competitions East Anglian Derby Standard Division 1. We kick off with Paul Burr's only runner on the card this evening, and Roxy's Bullet will be a price here. Second run back after a break. The market is all about Gary the Arb for Belinda Green in Trap 2, who of course was a semi-finalist in the Derby itself, as was Wright, who's got a brilliant record around here. Love Wrighty's stats at Yarmouth. Roseville Best is going to be a whopping price if you like an outsider. Good luck to the Emery's Vis-a-Vis or Via-V in Trap 5 for Jason Bloomfield. And 6 is Swanley Bolt for Gary Beadle, looking to try and make it 4 winning local dogs tonight.
Now we've got a superb race coming up, the Click Competitions, East Anglian Derby Standard Division 1. I was there when Roxy's Bullet won the Essex Vars back in January. It was the first time I'd been to Romford. I was stood next to Paul Burr. He was absolutely thrilled. I think there was a few tears on that night as well. But Roxy's Bullet, I mean, he's had his issues this year, I think.
He has, but of course, you know, that was a phenomenal night, wasn't it? The Coral Essex Vars winner, and that was Paul's first Category 1 competition win, so that was very special, and as you say, there was plenty of emotion. And he's very much a legend in these parts. Just one runner, as Darryl says this evening, contracted now at Romford, so there's a lot of his runners there still, of course, very much loved here, gets plenty of winners at Yarmouth, but Romford seems to be these days where most of his greyhounds run, and yeah, he's having a pretty good year right from the word go when the Essex Vars champion was Roxy's Bullet. So good to see him. I think it's a tall order, 12 to 1. I think that greyhound probably priced accordingly. I'm surprised that Gary the Arb is so short. Has to be my selection at 4 to 5. Such a strong running sort for Gary Smith and Belinda Green. But I think we'll pick these up.
Okay, so Gary the Arb 4 to 5. We've got 11 to 8 about Righty, and it is 7 to 1 and bigger for the remainder. Let's dive back to the betting ring, shall we?
Yeah, race 5, here we go. We've got a bit of a lively market here, Gary, have we?
Yeah, it looks an absolute match here, Joe. They put the Gary the Arb in, Trap 2 even money. Righty, John Mullins, someone's got to pay for that dinner tonight. 5 to board, and it's 6 to 1 the bottom, 10 to 1 the top. 14 to 1 the 5 dog, and the bookie on the end here, Sean, he said you might get an 100 to 1 chance here in trap 4. Now, I don't know if you can see here, but look, this bookie's suit here, it must be worth about $2 grand. It's mohair, have a look. You don't see mohair suits anymore. Look, he's got money, this bookie, Sean, hasn't he? He said you might get 100 to 1 the 4 dog, so Roseville best. So someone's got to pay for his suit as well. Who you want to be with, 2 or 3?
On the draw, I'm with 2. I think being drawn inside righty, I think he's got a good draw.
Can
Other
it
way
lead
around
up?
be different.
Can it lead 3?
On being inside, I'll have him in front of the bend. What about you?
So you're saying it's favouring the inside again?
You said that, not me.
So we've got 2 at 5 to 6, 3 at 13 to 8. Gary the Arb probably just has the draw on the inside of righty. Now, I think we've got a best turned out.
We have got the best turned out, which is Roxy's Bullet. So well done to trainer Paul Burr, and it is the kennel hand Rob Thacker who takes away the 50 quid, which is great. So we've got Gary the Arb in trap 2 and Gary the shirt downstairs, I think, because that is absolutely sparkling. Super.
Where's your Hawaiian shirt?
I know.
Come on.
I kind of feel a little bit underdressed, don't I, really? But maybe next time. Let's see. Look, good luck to the owners here because, you know, I think it's Christine Miller and Pam Burr. Or was it Penny? I think it's Penny, actually. Roxy's Bullets owners. They'll be looking for a big performance from Roxy's Bullet. Likewise, Gary Smith, Gary the Arb. John and James Wright. Now, they are ever present at Yarmouth Derby final nights. Over the years, are always here, got a restaurant table, or perhaps even with John Mullins in the box downstairs. So they'll be hopeful of righty. Starts well, stays well, always runs a big race as righty. And at 7 to 4, perhaps, you know, the biggest danger clearly on the betting to Gary the Arb. I just wonder whether there's something in this race that's going to go bingo from the boxes.
Well, I don't know about bingo from the boxes, but I thought trap 6 Swanley Bolt as the sole wide seed for Gary Beadle is attracting a little bit of support and historically does have the fastest time in the field, 27.72. But you're talking about that in a solo trial back in August. It's very difficult to replicate that in a race. He's gone close enough to it in a couple of A1s, but as you can see there, we have got a bit of money down for Swanley Bolt, 7s into 5s. Righties eased right out, 11 to 8 out to 7 to 4, 4 to 5, 5 to 6. Gary the Arb pretty steady at the top of the market. So they're coming down for Swanley Bolt. Could we have our first trap 6?
We shall see. Just a footnote to race 2. Droopy's Halley was bought out of one of the Greyhound Traders sales. So if you're looking for future talent, their next sale is at Toaster on Monday, September the 23rd. Next Monday.
Next Monday.
Yep.
Oh, my word, I can't believe we're already up to the 18th of September. I can't believe it's the 23rd next Monday.
GreyhoundTrader.com.
Let's go to Darryl.
Thank you, Danny. Click Computations, East Anglian Derby Standard is Division 1. It looks a match on paper, doesn't it? Although money for Swanley Bolt you would have seen. No 6 has made the frame in the first 4 races. Let's see what happens here over the 462. Who's going to lead? Gary the Arb or righty? 2 and 3 to watch. And they race away, and 3 got a good start, and it's righty on top as they go to the first bend. 2 get the inside, though. Gary the Arb to try and get after it as they make their way onto the far side. Then Vis-a-Vis running in third, trap 5, followed by Roxy's Bullet down the far side. And 3 it is, this course specialist righty, but 2's not done with. Gary the Arb trying to eye up a run on the inside, a length and a half to find, as the market suggested. They're fighting it out, and 3 righty as 2 switches back in. Gary the Arb righty in front's going to win again around his beloved Yarmouth. Goes on to beat the 2, Gary the Arb. 5, Vis-a-Vis was back in third.
Well, despite the drift, we have got trap 3, righty in the winner's circle, beating 2, Gary the Arb in second. 5, Vis-a-Vis has run a big race for third, but righty absolutely pinged Hobbsy.
Well done to John Mullins, but well done also to John and James Wright, father and son. Team of owners. They've had some great greyhounds over the years. To win on Yarmouth Derby final night is going to be really special for those guys. Righty, of course, well named after the father and son team. And I said that who's going to go bingo from the boxes? The 2 strongest runners in the race are 2 and 3. What a big break that was from Righty, stealing a march on trap 2. That would have been a mammoth performance for 2 to get to trap 3. Just about going into the third and fourth turns, you felt that he was close enough. But he's so strong, Righty. He got form over further. He's not stopping in front. Gary the Arb couldn't get there.
No, he could not. I mean, you did, like you say, off the home turn think maybe he's swung a little bit wide, but he's so strong when he straightens up. Here is the head-on. 4 was slightly skew whip out the boxes. 3 has basically stayed straight and true down the centre, and it was game over from there.
27.38, underlying what a very good run. And with that sort of break and with that sort of all-round pace, Righty has kept Gary the Arb at bay. Had to be at his best, but I think this is great. We've already spoken to John, but there's one to have 10 runners and with chances, but you want to get off the mark, and that's exactly what he's done.
He certainly has. So Righty wins for the Wrights and John Mullins, but 27.38. We said the fastest time on the card was that recorded by Swift Depot in an open race a few weeks ago. It's been equalled now by Righty in this race, and Darrell, it was an absolute belter.
Oh, it's a brilliant race, and Wright is so good around here, loving the time. They're getting quick, and I tell you what I'm loving as well is that 4 of the first 5 races have gone to the greyhounds on the front here. So Droop is happy with that late finish, but it's been about front runners. 3-2-5. Second favourite beats the favourite.
What a run that was by Righty. But Gary, the main question is that the box paid for?
Well, I don't know if you can see the box in there. All you could see around the first band with all the banging on the door. I thought it was going to be an earthquake for a minute. Oh, something happened, but what a run, weren't it, right? You know, they all don't get cushy choice who makes a book here. We said earlier on the show, he thought this was the best out of 2 in the match, didn't he? But when it led 3, I don't think... Oh, a 2's run a blinder, isn't it, Joe? You know, but with a fast time as well, I would have thought.
Yeah, 27.38, some run that is. And you said Gary the R's ran a massive race in defeat. The wrong one in front, though, Righty. Staged well.
Isn't it a good atmosphere here tonight? It's just like the old... I'm getting texts, I don't know you are as well, and everyone said you're turning the clock back to what Graham racing used to be, isn't it? Everyone... And I'll tell you one other thing, Joe. There's a lot of young people here tonight. Where's all the old people with the flat caps on? Throw them away. It's a new breed now, isn't it? Graham racing. We want all the youngsters involved. It's what the game's all about.
It is, and at the end of the night, I'm getting...
a bit of Botox, Joe, me and you.
I'm getting this shirt off you at the end of the night as well. That's going on next time.
I wish they're going to go on eBay.
Oh, my word, my eyes. And I think we told you to get rid of your flat cap this time, didn't we, Hobbsy?
I do like a flat cap. And,
I know.
And when it gets a little bit chilly, if I'm getting on a little bit now, Danny, the flat caps do come out. There you go. I'm stereotypical, and I don't mind.
I mean, I don't know if I'd look good in a flat cap, actually. I might have to try one sometime. But
take it to Benidorm.
Yes, I am off to Benidorm, actually, tomorrow morning at 7:15. No, hopefully not. I'm really hoping there's some sun. I mean, we've had some sun tonight at Yarmouth. It's, you know, the sun is setting now because we are getting to that time of year, but it's still a fantastic crowd. The weather's held out for us, thank goodness, because obviously that's what draws crowds in as well to these big, big nights.
And they would have enjoyed that being at Yarmouth horse races today, of course. You know, that's important. Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday, the Eastern Racing Festival, with some greyhound racing thrown in with their biggest race of the year. Perfect day.
It certainly is. Now, let's look back at one of the classics.
They want to see their charge come out well. 5 did, no Ballymac Cathal, and Clondotty Alex did. Leads up early here. Clondotty Alex gets in the way, though, of one Bubbly Turbo as they go round. There's trouble on the outside, and Clondotty Alex for Mark Wallace is kicked away here. One Bubbly Turbo in second, then comes the 4 Ballinclair Solo. They bump each other as they come around the final bend. Mark Wallace, who's won it before in the past with Fear No One, has won again. It's the East Anglian Derby, a win for Clondotty Alex.
I can't believe that was 8 years ago now.
I was looking at Dan Wallace, of course. You know, that was 8 years ago. He hasn't changed,
No,
has he
he
really?
hasn't.
Jim Tate there, you know, fantastic. And of course, the part owner was Paul Carpenter. You know, friend very much of Gone to the Dogs. I think he's featured on your
He
podcast
has.
a few weeks ago.
He
So,
did.
you know, that's absolutely tremendous. And great to see that. Clondotty Alex was really a star for them. It was almost a pocket rocket, that dog. There wasn't a lot of him, but wow, he was fleet of foot.
Oh, he certainly was. We saw it in the VT there. He was absolutely sensational. And this lad was sensational. Righty for the Wrights and John Mullins. Absolutely superb to see him win the Click Competitions East Anglian Derby Standard Division 1. They were just making sure they've got the jacket on the right way. He looks thrilled, doesn't he, Righty, to be there?
He does, absolutely, I'm sure. And I know that that's James Ryder's just given Righty a peck there, and John, you know, those are great guys. I probably first met them, you know, back in the day. There's Debbie Mullins there, which is great to see. John's wife there accepting the trophy, which is really cool, and they're great supporters of greyhound racing. They've got a good team of mates. There's Joe there. Lee Cowcourt, of course, and he's got a big chance with Littler's Nuke running a little bit later on out the back, in small meter. This is very much Team Mullins enjoying their night, and they're on the presentation podium already. This is race 5.
They are indeed. He's a gorgeous looking dog as well. You don't see many brindles with the really dark faces, so absolutely superb. He is a stunner. Right, let's hear from Emily.
Well, Righty was another very impressive winner on the card of race 5. First winner on the card for John Mullins. I'm going to have a quick word with the owners. Firstly, John Wright.
Absolutely right.
That was a great run from Righty. I mean, he's been a fantastic dog for you and James.
Well, yeah, I think this is his 20th Open race win. When he led, it would take a good dog to come past him. This year he's done the second fastest time here of the year.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, so didn't surprise us once he got in front. And he's just such a lovely dog. You can see what a lovely dog he is.
So you can see as you're stroking him, he's absolutely loving the attention.
And the name comes, it's nothing to do with Ian Wright of Arsenal. My son is James Wright, I'm John Wright. So Righty, we call each other Righty. So we thought it'd be nice to call the dog Righty.
And James, he's been a dog, the more he's gone on for his career, he's gotten stronger and stronger. So when he trapped out like that, it was going to be hard to beat him.
He's done us proud the whole time for his career. He's done so good. We're like a little disappointed last week not to make the final, but, makes up for it tonight, doesn't it? In front of the cameras, and he's done us proud.
Definitely. Well done and congratulations.
Thanks, Emily. Take care. Thank you.
I mean, that is a lot of love that lad is getting from the Wrights. Righty is loving that attention. He'll be winning races every week now.
I think he knows he's done good.
I think so.
He's run his race tonight. He's enjoyed it. They love to race, and they get the love and the care, and we know that, before the race, after the race, and they've done him and the connection's really proud there. So, that's good. I'm just getting one or two texts and some great, Paul Carpenter has been in touch and loving the show and what have you. So that feedback is really good. I'm trying to get to as many people as possible, but very interesting. Mm-hmm. Talk about sort of, high-profile owners. Wally Downs has just been in touch. Wally Downs, footballing legend, crazy gang at Wimbledon, great player, even better manager, Wally, aren't you? But he's a part owner of Guzzler. So, he's owned greyhounds over the years, but he's got involved with Guzzler, trained by Belinda Green. He's got every chance. So, hope you're well, Wally.
Okay, delighted to be joined by a good friend of mine, trainer of the 6 dog in the final, Get Up My Son. Darren, how are you feeling about the race?
Yeah, I'd rather be nearer the inside or the middle, but if somebody had said to you 2 weeks ago you can be in the final but you're in trap 6, you'd have took it anyway, so it is what it is.
Absolutely. And confident, he's got to break, he's got to be clear about that first and second bend, hasn't he?
Well, he just needs to lead. If he leads, he put himself with a great chance. I don't think he's certainly not going to back run anything, so we need to lead.
And we'll come to the owners as well. John Lee, Daniel Ormsey with us. Daniel, we'll come to you first. How are you feeling about the final?
Excited.
Anything else to add on that?
No, get up, me son.
And John, what are your thoughts on the race? How do you see it working out?
Yeah, like what Darren said, he definitely needs to lead, and down the back straight, fingers crossed we might get a little bit of help from a bit of trouble behind, and then it's all over. We'll hang on. But he's got to come away.
Yeah, he's done extremely well to get here, and I must say, I hope that I'm interviewing these after the final and they've won it, because it would mean absolutely everything to these. Boys, all the very best. Let's hope he can go on and win the race.
Yeah, great to hear from connections of Get Up My Son, who is in the big race later on. We're going to have a look at the semi-finals of what is our first final of the night, the MWD Partnership Sprint Grand Final. We're going to start with Not So Slow, who beat Saffron's Dash, and he's got the fastest time in the night as well, 16:22 from last week. He absolutely pinged the lids like he's done on several occasions.
Yeah, you're concentrating on traps 5 and 3. These are the greyhounds that qualified from the heats last week. Not So Slow's now got trap 4. Brilliant pace show by Patrick Jansen's greyhound, and we'll look for a repeat. Fair play to Saffron's Dash in trap 2. A grand old sort for Mark Wallace, and the Mark Wallace Greyhounds Racing Club always gives his level best and should go well.
We saw another trap 5 though, and Guzzler, one of my favourite sprinters on the scene. He's a real battling sort.
He is, and had to battle to win this ultimately. Slick Serenity in trap 2, runs out of trap 3 for Jason Bloomfield. Ran a really good race, but Guzzler really took the race by the scruff of the neck. out in trap 6, I think that's a help rather than a hindrance.
I absolutely agree. And then we saw the final semi-final. Durago Bucko just managed to keep his head in front of Ace Duke Popper.
You won't hear in the background, or you might do, but the commentator here is Dave Smith. He's very much a legend in these parts as well. And when he gets to these sorts of finishes, his voice goes really high like that. We've got to get him up in the camera position at some point, perhaps. He's mightily busy tonight, but that was a great finish between Durago Bucko and Ace Duke Popper.
And it's going to be fast and furious for you, Daryl.
Absolutely so, Danny, but looking forward to it. 16 seconds of pure adrenaline joy, call it what you like. H-Duke Box Popper down on the inside, been unlucky in the heats as we saw there. John Mullins charge, be a price. Saffron's Dash for Mark Wallace, of course, MWD sponsor, but it's the racing club that owns. Slick Serenity in 3 will be edging in a little bit. That will help. Not so slow as an exceptional sprinter. 7 from 11, odds on at 4 to 5. Durago Bucko is a ridiculously big price though. 5 runs here, 5 wins in open for Morris Rice. That's a whopping price at 9 to 2. And yeah, Guzzler on the outside, another heat winner for Belinda Green down at Hove.
Okay, yeah, the MWD Partnership Grand Sprint Final. The MWD Partnership Grand Sprint Final is upon us. Gary, through the night so far, how do you think punters are getting on?
Punters, I would say they're absolutely murdering the bookies. They're murdering them.
Are you happy with that?
If it was lovely, yeah. I love to see them get a bit of punishment. We've had a bit of punishment in our life, haven't we? 27 years ago. You ain't mentioned that, Frankie, yet, have you?
No, we did yesterday, didn't we?
Oh, you did yesterday, yeah. But 8 to 11 here, the 4 dog they're going here. Not so slow, 8 to 11. Patrick Jansen, 7 to 2, the 5 dog, 7 the bottom, the Carpet, the 3 dog, Slick Serenity. And any price you like, the top 2, 10 to 1. And Mark Wallace, where's our Emily? Trap 2, Saffron's Dash. Where's Emily? Where is she? Here she is, trap 2 in. Big price here, 10 to 1, Saffron's Dash. Yes or no?
Maybe.
Oh, maybe. No. We don't have maybes yet. We don't have maybes. No, yes or no? What can we do?
I'll go yes then.
Yes, yeah.
He loves these sort of tight tracks, loves Romford, but every time he's come to Yarmouth, he's taken a real shine to it, so you never know. Ran really well last week.
I used to like Yarmouth till after the last 2 days. I'll tell you what, with Patrick Jensen, there's a dog running later, Romeo dog. I was saying to you, someone just said to me, Romeo Kingpin, Paddy Power put it in today at 9 to 1. It's now 5 to 4 with Bet365. 9 to, so you got up too late, Joe, this morning. You've got to get up early. You could have had a bit of that clothesline 9 to 1. 5 to 4 is a bit of a gamble, isn't it?
It is. I'm with 4 here, not so slow. I think he wins.
11, Joe, would you bet it? Well, you're going to fancy it.
I fancy him. I wouldn't back him with that price. Wouldn't put anyone off, though.
So you fancy the 4 dog. He's banging full now, Joe Keneally. Fancy it. What does the Queen fancy? And obviously upstairs.
Danny will fancy something sentimental. That's the way she works. That's exactly how she works. Hobbsy, I don't know if we've had an answer out of Hobbsy.
Hobbsy's clever. Hobbsy's very, very clever. When this 4 dog will win, he'll say, well, Danny, what did I tell you? Another favourite one.
Well, I'm not going sentimental, but I'm going with Guzzler because, well, yeah, I've called him home a couple of times, and maybe that is sentimental. But last week I put him up when I was working for William Hill, and he was 6 to 1 last week. And I just know that this lad, he's a proper battler. Yeah, he's not the out-and-out, let's go from the boxes sprinter that we probably see from Not So Slow and Durago Bucko, but he's going to keep himself safe out wide. And as long as he turns handy, Guzzler is so quick late doors that I think if he turns handy, he's a massive price at 7 to 1 for me.
Absolutely, he's got every chance, Guzzler, if he can break. Got to say, the best turned out award goes to, I think, one of the smartest chaps this evening. Not surprised, because his dad is Kelly Mullins, and of course, brother of John and David, always very dapper, and Callum absolutely very dapper. You can see this evening. But the best turned out is actually Ace Duke Box Popper. For John Mullins. I got it in the end for Callum Field Mullins. So well done to him. So that was fantastic. And just to say, of course, a lot of us were here last night, so there was plenty of them on the town in Yarmouth. So Joe probably was allowed to be up slightly later. I went to see the summertime special on Gallstown Pavilion Theatre. It was wonderful.
I was on water, lemsips and bedtime because I was slightly worse for wear yesterday. So was Daryl, apparently. Daryl, how are you doing?
Battling on. They're about to go in. Thank you, Danny. This is the MWD Partnership Sprint Grand Final. Not so slow with an excellent record of 7 from 11 wins. in sprint, of course, was the quickest heat winner, and that was the second fastest time of the year. But actually, if you go back, Slick Celerity in a graded race did go quicker in the year by 1 spot. That's 4-1 in the 3. Durago Bucko, big price, I think 9-2. Perfect 5 from 5 for Morris Rice at Harlow. Here they are loaded up and ready. Starter waves the flag. It is the MWD Partnership Sprint Grand Final. The first of the finals tonight, £1,500 up for grab. So all eyes on the 4 box, not so slow in the black, and they race away. Got an OK start. Slick Celerity challenges. Guzzler's bang there on the outside. Ace Jukebox Popper trying to get involved. The red crowded out of it. Off the bend, Guzzler goes wide. Slick Serenity challenging. Ace Jukebox Popper has got a chance in the red. The far side, Slick Serenity. Ace Jukebox Popper. Slick Serenity wins. Beats Ace Jukebox Popper, and 6 Guzzler was back in 3rd.
Oh, what a superb run from Slick Serenity to beat into 2nd. Ace Jukebox Popper, and back in 3rd was Guzzler. But Slick Serenity, what a superb run.
It was. Very much caught the eye behind Guzzler in the heats, and it's got the run of the race today, got that break. That's all important, of course, in a sprint, because they're only travelling 277 metres. Crucially, he's in front of those on the inside, and Guzzler in a winning position, but just runs wide, and that loses the momentum for Trap 6, straightening up for home. Well done to Jason Bloomfield. I do say that he's one of the hardest working trainers at the moment. He's, like Paul Burt, I think doubly contracted to Yarmouth and to Romford. On most nights, if they're Yarmouth and Romford are both racing, he's getting winners at both tracks. Well done to him.
Certainly was a superb run from Slick Serenity. I was cheering and jumping about and all sorts with Guzzler, who was in a really good winning position, but obviously nothing away from Slick Serenity. And Ace Jukebox Popper, always overlooked for me, so he's run an absolute cracker on the inside. But Joe, all about Slick Serenity here.
Yeah, a bit of respite there, Gary, we're hearing, is it?
Yeah, I just asked the bookie here, SCH Racing, Sean, you know the man with a lovely suit on here, the mohair suit. And I said, how was that? Was that a good result for you, Sean? He said, respite. Now, don't ask me how to spell it, but he's happy. They took a few quid out the 4 dog there, 11 or 8 on. He said, we've got a bit of respite. We're on the ropes, but there's a bit of light in the tunnel. So, good luck to them. They need it. They need it.
They're on the ropes, but they're still punching. A long way to go still.
Yes, there is plenty of time still to go for the punters to beat the bookies tonight.
Yeah, that was race 6. That's the first of our finals, the MWD Partnership Sprint Grand Final. So well done to Jason Bloomfield, Kelly Windebank, and the owners, Mr. Bolton and Miss Ball.
How well are these local dogs going tonight? Slick Serenity, there's another one. Jason Bloomfield, of course, these days very much a Yarmouth handler. 4-1, 16.29 on the clock. That'll be one of the top 10 times of the year. Not quite as quick as the 16.16 he did earlier. Ace Jukebox Popper had to be involved in the finish. Commentator knew that was going to get a name check. Had to, 14-1. Well done, and Guzzler back in 3rd, Trap 6.
Let's see what happens on the inside here. Bubbly Bluebird wants to play as well. Away they go, and 5-man trapped it all. New in Shadow's going to lead up. Here comes Higher Butt on the inside, though. Who's going to take the bend in front? And Higher Butt now goes round in front, but New in Shadow's taking it apart. It's Charlie Lister again. It's New in Shadow's gone a length clear. 2 Higher Butt comes back for more. Then after these comes 3 Bubbly Bluebird. But it's New in Shadow who's quickened away at a price. It's a shock win for the East Anglian Derby. It's New in Shadow, win number 12 for Charlie Lister.
Well, it was a shock win, and his last win, I think, of the East Anglian Derby, his 12th.
It's an extraordinary record, of course. Yeah, 12 wins. I mean, Yarmouth went GBGB or NGRC, I think, in the late 70s. So there was independent. It was a flat back in the day, and I'm sure Charlie had a handle with the great and the mighty Joe Booth on 1 or 2 other winners. But in terms of, in the modern day, if you like, 12 victories in the East Anglian Derby, which I think is pretty much unmatched in any major competitions, albeit I think, Charlie's won his fair share. Was it 7 Scottish derbies, 7 English derbies, something like that? The Magnificent 7 seems to come to mind where Charlie's concerned. He rewrote the record books.
He certainly did. We don't want to mention the Magnificent 7 to Gary, though, downstairs.
that's really ironic, you know, because I was just thinking when they were talking about the Frankie Dettori, the Magnificent Seven at Ascot all those years back, you've got to read his book. I've got to give him a plug because winning it back is absolutely priceless. And yeah, it's some story, some comeback story, you know, from pretty much losing everything to getting himself back on track. It's a must read.
Okay, so winning it back. I've not read that. It's on my TBR list, I think, now. Now there we can see the winner, Slick Serenity, just heading to the podium. And I have to say, running from the sprint boxes is quite difficult to do. I did it last year at the Owlerton Stadium, and it's really quite hard, Hobbsy,
What sort of handicap did you get?
I was off the sprint boxes, so 280 metres. I think Rob Crawford was in front of me. There was a few guys behind me, and at the winning turn, or the home turn, this guy in a big rabbit outfit joined the race, and I thought loads of people were behind me, so I was like, oh my word, I just need the line. And then I looked around and was like, it's fine, they're all miles behind. It's great, but it's hard work.
Yeah, I mean, fair play to you for doing it. I've never done it. I don't think I ever will. I'm bound to pull a muscle.
Well, here is the presentation for Slick Serenity, the MWD Partnership Sprint Grand Final. Superb once again to see so many connections, and we can hear from Emily.
Well, the winner of the first of our finals tonight, the MWD Partnership Sprint Grand Final, was won by another local trainer in Jason Bloomfield. The winner was Slick Serenity. I'll start off chatting with Gary Bolton, the owner. You seem very, very proud, and what a great race to win.
Oh, it was a great race to win, and he's a perfect dog. And Jason, I've had dogs with Jason for, I don't know, 10 years now? Yeah. Must be, and absolutely fantastic. He's a great trainer, and we put him over the sprints, and he loves it. Yeah, so, yeah, brilliant.
And he's just taken a real shine to Yarmouth, hasn't he?
Yes. He loves Yarmouth. He's got, I don't know, roughly a 40% strike rate round here. Yeah. Yeah, he's done really well, yeah, so perfect boy. Yeah.
Can I have a chat with you, Jason? Obviously, big changes for the kennel recently. You are now attached to Yarmouth, so being a local trainer now, really good to win one of their big finals on their big night.
Oh, of course it is, yeah, no, it's a great night. The dog's done well since he came round here. We put him over the 4.62. He didn't really get home very strongly, which you need to here. Put him in a sprint and he just took off. Yeah. So he's been really running in graded and open company, so it's all well pleasing.
Congratulations. Going to have a quick word with Mike and Michelle as well, of course, part of the MWD Partnerships, the sponsors of the race. Mike, this is the first of the finals, the two finals you've sponsored tonight, and a great winner in Slick Serenity.
Yeah, fantastic winner. It showed his pace around the first couple of bends there, and once he's in front, not for catching. So yeah, we're delighted to sponsor here. Yarmouth have put on a great show, and everybody here is enjoying themselves, so we're delighted.
A packed stadium tonight as well. There's a great crowd, which is, I'm sure, what you wanted to see.
Yeah, best night of the year. I don't think you can get much in terms of better atmosphere, and they roar the dogs on coming home. We're all appreciative of it, so we're delighted.
Perfect. Thanks, Mike, and well done, Jason.
Yeah, absolutely superb to hear the atmosphere, to see they're packed to the rafters here, Hobbsy, and that's what we want. We want people through the door. Yes, of course, we want people watching Gone to the Dogs live as our first outside broadcast, but what we also need is people, if you are around for the big nights, even the little nights, you need to be through those doors.
Exactly, and there was a great slogan or phrase that was used back in the day at the Racing Post Festival at Walthamstow, and I think it was coined by Jim Cremin, and it was very simple: make it fun. And if you make it fun, you give people what they want, they can enjoy themselves. And I think they're getting that tonight. They're getting some good racing. They've been well looked after. The restaurant here is absolutely packed. People working hard to ensure that people are having a good night. The atmosphere is vibrant. I think the weather always helped with the quality of racing. And that holiday period with the horse racing next door is always helping. And Rob Crawford has just been in touch. Rob Crawford, Sky Sports commentator, etc. He's a man of many talents. But he says after that charity race, the handicap race, his legs had never hurt as much. So there, I don't know if the going was a little bit hock deep on that particular occasion. It was a little bit tough. But, you know, things like that, those charity human races are great. just to add another spice to it. As long as it's after racing, of course, you don't want to be churning up the sand after or before the dogs are running, and that wouldn't happen, of course. It's absolutely paramount. I've just seen one of the owners of the big races going past, John Schofield. We've got to try and get him over, so I might just disappear in a minute.
Yeah, that's fine, because I can talk about when I ran after, I think, 3/4 of a bottle of wine and a 2-course meal. That's when they made me run. So that was really, really good. Not. And I managed to, I think, walk about 4 days later. Well, so yeah, I've retired.
Yeah.
I am never doing another one.
You've retired. At your age, you're too young. I think you go again.
Retired from running. I am not running again. Absolutely no chance. Absolutely no. Right, we have got plenty coming up, of course, here on Gone to the Dogs Live. I hope you are enjoying the action that you are seeing this evening. We have got in our next race news of a non-runner. Swift Impact is out of the race, trap 3, so that might change the complexion slightly because we've got 4, 5 and 6 who are all middle seeds. So obviously when we do have a vacant box, when we do have a late non-runner, Darryl, it does change the complexion ever so slightly.
Yeah, the 3 would have put a bit of speed into the race, Danny, which I think will probably help Good Steel in trap 4. He's got a bit of toe himself, and Decoy Lulu further out as well. So it's going to help those two greyhounds. From the top, Gertner Creehey Paul running out of trap 1. Probably wants to be drawn a little bit further off the fence, if truth be told, but stays further. This one over 7-12 at Toaster. Marfield Sonic. Will Jason Bloomfield be back in a couple of minutes to pick up another trophy? Good Still in 4 for Erica Samuels. I'd have him down as a real progressive sort. A4 to A1 and now into open company. Decoy Lulu is consistent and speedy, but sees it out. And Farness Harry is a maiden for Kevin Boone on the outside.
So we have got a 5-dog race coming up, and then just coming out onto the track for the MWD Partnership East Anglian Derby, winner of 1 Standard Division 2. Got it out.
You certainly did, yeah. 5-runner affair, of course, with that vacant trap now in trap 3, which possibly gives trap 4 a bit of a chance now. Good Steel for Erica Samuels and Rich Marlin. They'll be looking for a big start. A1 performer here, improved form of late, so there's a chance the local ground could just lead into the first bend. Big shout to Kevin Boone. The Boomeister's got 6. Farney's Harry.
Now I think we've got Joe and Gary standing by in the betting ring. How's it looking, guys?
Okay, yeah, race 7, Gary. How's it looking here?
They've put them in here. The dogs here, 2-1 trap 4. Good Still. That's a local. Now, it really has been running well, but local dogs in, and you know, this is an open race going up in grade, isn't it, Joe? Do you get many local dogs when they put them in an open? Is it hard, Joe, to win first time up?
This track, the local dogs seem to go well in open races. You've got 3 in the final, you know, so it takes a lot of running this track. I must say, it takes a few looks to get to the best round here, and yeah, there's 3 in the final, so local dogs, it's a massive advantage here.
They've gone 2-2 here, 2-1 the 4 dog, 2-1 Decoy Lulu. Kevin Cobbold. I thought that had a big chance, and I know you think the 1 dog's got a chance here, but Cornelius 7-2, 5-2 the 2 dog, 6-1 the bottom. I've got to say to Robsy and the Queen upstairs, thanks very much for mentioning winning it back, John. But there's a new one coming out for Christmas called 50 Years in the Betting Jungle. Now, that's me, John. I swear to you, 50 years I've served this year at Christmas, so don't buy winning it back. That's history. You've got to buy the next one, 50 Years in the Betting Jungle. There's some good stories in that one, I can assure you. If we get allowed. X-rated, they say.
Get your Christmas presents in early, guys.
It's a Christmas bestseller, I can see that, absolutely. It's all part of the Gary Wiltshire story, and it's such a legendary one, and you know, absolutely a much-loved character in the game. And he's doing a fantastic job tonight. The amount of messages I had is extraordinary, and he's coming out on top. A lot of them, which is really nice to hear.
Certainly is. Now we have got our best turned out for our latest competition. It is trap 4, Good Steel. Hobson.
It is trained by Erica Samuels for Rich Marlin, but it's Alison Gosling who takes home the prize put up by Time Greyhound Nutrition of 50 quid. So she's got the envelope.
She certainly has. Now we have got our latest race coming up. As you can see, trap 5 is the 2-1 favourite Decoy Lulu. She was the one I thought had a good chance in this, especially now that 3's out. She's got a bit of pace. She was a winner here in A1 2 starts back. She just managed to battle and beat Always Along. She was touched off last time. She was challenging all the way around. We know how gutsy this bitch is, Decoy Lulu. She's had 4 wins, 4 seconds in 13 races. She's a really nice type. And Kevin Cobbold's not had a winner yet.
No, 4 wins for 13. Yeah, I mean, it's a good, I think, start to her career in many ways, and I thought she ran pretty well last week in that A1. Didn't get the break. I think key to the race would be Decoy Lulu handling the pace of Good Steel early doors. If that can be handled, then she's massively in with a chance. She starts well, she stays well. She's got to have as good a chance as any, but Kevin Cobbold, of course, looking for that win, perhaps ahead of Trumper's Bobcat in the main event.
Now, I'm just hearing we might have a little more betting news, Joe.
Yeah, there's plenty going on down here, I must say, Danny. It's a very busy betting ring. And Gary, what's going on?
Joe, they bet everything by the 6 dog. The 6 dog there's not a shilling for, but all the other 4 dogs there's money for. So if you've got a die upstairs or a crystal ball, obviously, you'll have to use that here. Anything can win.
Absolutely superb. Yeah, I tell you what as well, I can get used to being called the Queen, Hobbsy, I think.
You're loving that, aren't
yeah,
you?
I am, yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, hopefully in Benidorm you're going to be signing plenty of autographs.
Hopefully they won't know who I am over there. But we are gearing up for our next race. The MWD Partnership, of course, have sponsored plenty of races this evening. This is the East Anglian Derby, winner of 1 standard. And it's for greyhounds that haven't won more than 1 open race at the time of closing. So it's giving those dogs that might just be coming up a little short in the open sphere, maybe the novices, as it were.
It's a pretty modern phenomenon, this, in terms of winner of 1. It's, as you say, it gives chance. Otherwise, it's kind of maiden contest, and if you've won one of them, then you're up with the big boys, if you like. But you've got a chance in the winner of 1s anyway. And look, you're known for being perhaps a sentimental punter in many ways. You like to go with the stories. I have to be with you here because I love to see the Boomeister win. I really would love to see Farney's Harry, a 7-1 chance for Kevin. Again, he's another great character of greyhound racing. And I'd love to see him in front of the camera, I have to say. And if he's at the presentation podium, that'd be good. You know, from Star Cash Simon to all the Cat 1s and Murray's Act reaching the Derby final and big competitions at brilliant Greyhound 1. He's priceless, is Kevin, and Farney's Harry runs for him. Good luck.
And let's hope he can run a nice race, because Farney's Harry's still a maiden so far after 8 runs. But we'll see if that can change, Daryl.
And, of course, the great thing, Dan, is if he does win, he can come back for the winner of 1 next time because he'd still be eligible. Anyway, good luck to them all. MWD Partnership, East Anglian, winner of 1. Division 2, 3 stays empty, but we've got a competitive race in store. Bonnie is sent on the move. We're looking for pace from Good Still in 4, I think, and Decoy Lulu in 5 in particular. Here's the hare on the approach. And for race 7, we're off and running. 5 just a little awkward coming out. Took a while to get going, Decoy Lulu. 1 broke well, Gertner Creeple, but here comes that speed of Good Still to go to the front trap 4. Just taking a middle route as they run down the far side. Gertner Creeple is strong. 2's in trouble. Might have gone problems at the back for Marfield Sonic. Meanwhile, into 3rd place goes Decoy Lulu. Then Farney's Harry. They turn in. Good Still in front. Erica Samuels trap 1 up the inside. Stays a long way. 1 over 7.12 at Toaster and Gertner Creeple. Good Still rallying. Gertner Creeple is in front though. Trap 1 beats Good Still. Back in 3rd was 6, Farney's Harry.
Trap 1, the winner, Gertner Creeple beats trap 4. Good Steel just mows him down in the closing stages. We know Gertner Creeple does stay well. All thoughts to Marfield Sonic, though. Hopefully all is okay with the Jason Bloomfield runner.
Absolutely. First thoughts with Marfield Sonic. Be well looked after and checked over and treated if necessary. Gertner Creeple in trap 1, finishing the best 712 metre winner, Toaster. We know that gets every single metre of this 462 and absolutely is just worn down Good Steel. And this is a good run. Like Condon's had a couple of seconds already this evening, so he wanted to get one over the line and he's got one over the line. Gertner Creeple doing the business.
Certainly has, and he's managed to win very well indeed. You can see he's managed to stick to the inside, maybe moved off ever so slightly, but everyone seems to have stuck to their racing lines. Decoy Lulu just missed it ever so slightly at the boxes, and she kind of chucked her chance away there because she couldn't quite go the pace of Good Steel. And in the end, Gertner Creeple has turned handy, as you can see, down the back straight for Good Steel. You think he is a little bit of a short runner, isn't he? So he's going to be crying out for that line. He needs to build up that lead, but when Gertner Creeple has turned handy in behind, he stays every yard, and as we've heard from Joe, it's a long running down the straight here.
Absolutely, and Good Still was looking for the line, didn't quite make it, did it, because the one has proven too strong.
Now, what we're hearing about the Trap 1 winners from Gary Wiltshire a bit earlier on, they were winning in their numbers on Monday, and this is the third winner in the red jacket tonight, so don't underestimate those red coats. What price the favourite in the final now, I wonder? 4-1 the winner here, though. Good still. I think it's run a cracker, only just got run out of it in second at 11-4.
So superb action for Gertner Cray Paul. We have got our next grand final coming up shortly. The MWD Partnership Derby Purse is our 8th race on the card. It's our first six-ben race, 659 metres ahead of them. And for me, it was one of the more open races of the night. I was going backwards and forwards and up and down, and we'll dive into that race shortly. So going back to the betting ring.
Okay, with Sean Hill here, local bookmaker. Sean, how's the night going so far? Just over halfway through.
We've just got out of it. It was the river in the first two races. Droopy's Halley, that's one of the most I've ever paid out on the race.
Really?
It had no possible in run, and as Chin won by the shortest of short heads, we have absolutely done our pieces.
Oh, but you're out of it now, yeah?
We've had a couple of fair results. We've had the last winner is a little bit of a result. We turned the corner on Slick Serenity.
Yeah, when you said you had a bit of respite, didn't you?
A bit of respite, yeah.
The sweat was coming up. I'll tell you what, I've never seen a suit like that. It's lovely. On my life, the loveliest suit I've ever seen. You ain't got one in a 5XL, have you, in John Lewis for me?
I'm sure there's some in the clearance, I'm sure.
Oh, in the clearance, yeah. Oh, Sean, he's got out of it, Sean. You thought he was in it, and he's out of it.
So all eyes on the 4-box, not so slow in the black, and they race away. Got an okay start, 6:30 challenges. Guzzler's bang there on the outside. Ace Jukebox Popper trying to get involved. The red crowded out of it. Off the bend, Guzzler goes wide. Slick Serenity challenging. Ace Jukebox Popper has got a chance in the red. The far side, Slick Serenity. Ace Jukebox Popper, Slick Serenity wins. Beats Ace Jukebox Popper, and 6 Guzzler was back in third.
Well, it's great to see our Slick Serenity winning once again, because that was the turnaround for the bookies downstairs. They said that was the first winner that just gave them that little bit of respite and made them breathe maybe a little bit of a sigh of relief.
I think Darryl made a good point, though, in terms of the red jacket and Druid Sago, of course, occupying that inside box come the final. Sort of what price is she now? And equally, Littler's Nuke in our next race for John Mullins and Lee Calcutt was very impressive, I thought, in the heats. Slightly unlucky at Perry Bar in the heats of the St Leger, and probably pertinent time to mention as we see the presentation. We're still waiting the winner to come through to get its trophy and the connections to boot as well of the winner there.
Gertner Cray Paul.
Gertner Cray Paul for Concondon. Terry Saunders there, Mr. Yarm, another great character. Scott Harvey from the Graham Board of Great Britain to join the president. And there is Dave Smith doing sterling work. He's a commentator here at Yarmouth.
He certainly is. He'll have been loving some of the tight finishes. And Gertner Cray Paul, nope, doesn't want any water. He knows where he's going. He wants to go to the podium. He wants to go to the podium and get his jacket, get his trophy. That's what he wants to do. So that is our winner of our latest competition.
And just referencing that St Leger, of course, we've got the semi-final, the finals this week.
Yes.
You know, and potentially greyhound racing history. No greyhound has ever won back-to-back St Legers. Droopy's Clue, the Greyhound of the Year, won it last year on his way to winning Greyhound of the Year. He could do something that's never been happened before for Seamus Cahill at the weekend. It's a big meeting there on Saturday at Perry Bar. It is the Premier Greyhound Racing St Leger final, plus the M. Lamb construction in memory of Michael Lamb Senior Birmingham Cup. 2 double headers, or a double header, 2 fantastic races.
Certainly is, and Cluedo, I mean, he's just loved by everyone in the sport, I think. So everybody will be rooting for Cluedo on Saturday at Perry Bar at the Birmingham Oval. And there is Gertner Cray Paul, who has won the MWD Partnership East Anglian Derby, winner of 1 Standard Division 2. And we said we'd see quite a lot of Mike Davis and Michelle and the MWD Partnership throughout the evening.
Right. And I've spotted a jockey.
You've spotted him.
Keelan Woods on the right.
Indeed.
So Alice Haynes was here a little bit earlier, I think made first presentation, so I think guests of MWD tonight. So Keelan, now I don't know whether he was riding across the road today, I don't know.
I haven't got a clue, to be fair.
I hope he got a winner.
Right, let's go to Joe, shall we?
Okay, a bit of a tongue twister. The MWD Partnership East Anglian Derby, winner of 1, Standard Division 2, has been won by Track 1, going to Creedy Pool. And we're down here, Marcus Reader. Marcus, you must be delighted with that run.
Yeah, fantastic run, thank you. He's had one trial and we thought he might come on a bit. Obviously he has, and, you know, thanks for the sponsors. The track's in great nick and, you know, fantastic. Always by the Franklins, isn't it? So, and great that we've gone live tonight, aren't we? So, great stuff.
Yeah, I was going to say that the live feelings back, it must be ultra special, kind of winning on that kind of occasion as well.
It's fantastic, isn't it? You know, especially for the sport. Look at tonight, you know, this venue's absolutely rammed to the rafters, and like the Franklins deserves it, and this sport needs promoting, doesn't it? Like, you know, people that look after these dogs every day, the rehoming, everything, the whole thing about it needs supporting by everyone, especially from the bottom down. You know, thank you. Yeah, cheers.
Marcus, well done.
Thanks a lot. Cheers, Joe. Thank you.
Superb to see Connections. Just thrilled to be part of the action tonight at Yarmouth. It's an absolutely sensational track. I've had a great time. It's my first time at Yarmouth, and what a track it is. And there he is, Gertner Craypool, getting all of the love. He knows what to do. He knows where the camera is. A bit like you, Hobbsy.
I don't know about that. Yeah, I'm always kind of relaying messages on my phone and what have you. So you've just got to keep telling me off. Don't worry about that. So, absolutely, and should be proud of itself, because it was a brilliant performance. Real strong running effort from the winner there, and we're building up now to another final, the second of our major finals this evening. And when we're talking about major competitions, I like to do this all the time, because greyhound racing is constant. It's not seasonal, is it? So they're big races, especially at this time of the year. It's a huge end of the year, really, from where we mid-September now, moving to the end of the year. Thursday night, tomorrow night, Swindon, it's the Produce Stakes final, the British Bred Showcase. So it's £12,000 to win, something like that. Tom Hilbron's got a couple of runners. Kevin Hutton's got 3 runners. So really good. Romford Puppy Cup semi-finals on Friday night. Again, a huge competition. And Friday night at Romford, I think, if you're talking atmosphere, on Yarmouth's biggest night of the year, but any Friday night at Romford is kicking. And it almost, I always think it's a bit of a throwback to the big nights of young people going to the dogs, then going night on the town. Let's go to Emily.
Well, welcome back to the executive boxes, where the atmosphere is really starting to build for the final. I am joined by the sponsor for the final, CJ from Click Competitions. CJ, just firstly, it's a great night here, isn't it? A great atmosphere all around.
I actually can't believe how busy it is tonight. So it does show, that dog racing is out in full force, and that the people are enjoying their evening.
Firstly, let's just explain a little bit about what your company is.
So Click Competitions is the UK's premier online prize competition site. So raffling cars, cash, the latest technology that everyone has the chance to win from a really low cost of entry. So a local company sponsoring a local event, we felt that this was a fantastic opportunity for us to get out, showcase the brand, and just tell people what we're about.
You sponsored the competition last year in 2023, so you must have enjoyed it. Want to do it again this year?
Yeah, absolutely. Had a great time. I'm sure this won't be the last time either. I'm sure years and years to come we're going to be sponsoring this event.
And finally, could you give us a tip for the final? You've watched the competition, obviously. Who do you think is a good thing?
Of course, I think if I had to put a bet on this one, I'd be going for number 6, I think. That's who's looking good for the final.
Perfect. Thanks, CJ. Thanks for your sponsorship.
Thank you very much.
Good to hear from him. Now we're getting ready for the Derby Purse Grand final before we get closer to the big one itself. This is race number 8 on the card here, the 8:13 Little as Nuke 4. John Mullins 2 from 2 around here. Saw Lee Calcutt, his father, right at the front of the queue when the gates opened earlier. They are avid greyhound fans, so good luck to them. And indeed all Connections. Guideway Hugo running out of 2, had a bit of a losing run, but it's 1-2 on the bounce, so all things going well. Brett and Molly, I think, is a strong type who personally might be able to outrun them all in the closing stages. It's just an opinion. 4 is 2 right for the rights. That's a big price as well. Probably a bit to do, but learning fast, I thought, on the evidence of the semis. Turkish Lira for Belinda Green running out of 5, and U2 on the outside is John Mullins' other runner here in the 6.
And you can see they are just heading out onto the track, ready to head over to the 659-metre start for our latest Category 3 Grand Final, the MWD Partnership Derby Purse. That's always gone hand in hand with the East Anglian Derby Final. And, I mean, Brett and Molly, we know she stays every yard. I quite like you two on the outside if he manages to build up a lead, but we're going to head back to the betting ring.
Okay, I'm delighted to be joined by an absolute Yarmouth legend. When we say Terry Saunders, he is a true legend. Terry, thanks for joining us. Hearing it's your last day today as commercial manager.
Yeah, it is my last day, Joe. It's a sad day for me, but these things happen, don't they? But it's a great night, and that's what it's all about. The sponsors have been fantastic that we've got, and I can't thank them enough for supporting me. I wanted to put £1,000 races on. I made that statement 3 or 4 months ago. Some people thought it was a dream, but here we are. So it's great news, and I can't thank them enough, Joe.
So it's a sad day, but I want to say, when you look around and see what's going on, what a way to go out.
Oh, it's fantastic, Joe. And look, I think it's your first time here, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah. What do you think about the place yourself? I mean, it's, you know, this is what dog racing should be about, isn't it?
It is. You've got a packed stadium, you've got punters, bookies taking bets, you've got people enjoying themselves in the boxes, in the restaurant. You've got the live field back as what we're trying to provide as well. It's just unbelievable to be back, isn't it?
Look, it's fantastic. I've always said, Joe, and you know, I'm a kind of a stick of rock, really. You cut me in half, and it's got Yarmouth Stadium written through it. But what I would say is that if you pick this place up and put it anywhere in the country, it'd make a fortune. It's a shame where we are, and it's a shame that we lost the Saturday nights, which is the big killer. I'd love this stadium to get Saturday nights. Without Saturday nights in the summer, I'm not going to say there's struggle, but it's a big miss for people in general, like, you know?
It is. And the big question, Terry, what wins the final?
Well, Joe, I've listened to you, and I couldn't disagree with you at all. We all know 2 moves off. We know one's got all the room. He reminds me of when Hopes Paddington won it. Yeah. He just stays on the rail. He's got tremendous back straight pace. He doesn't trap, but yet he's got early. It's his to throw away, Joe.
It is. That's Terry's opinion. Terry, thank you for everything that you've given to Yarmouth over the years. I'm sure we'll be seeing you again soon, though.
I hope so. And it's been a pleasure to meet you. First time, Joe. And look, this Gone to the Dogs, it really is like a Sky Night, and that's what we need back in the sport. We need to make owners feel valued.
You've heard it here again.
Yeah, I think we've heard it plenty on the podcast as well. You know, Joe Andrews and we started the podcast 20 months ago, and we never ever thought in our wildest dreams that we would ever go live from a track on a Category 1 final night. It's absolutely unbelievable.
For those who've just joined us, we talked at the top of the show, the Gone to the Dogs podcast live was with you and a tape recorder, 1 or 2 interviews at the track. Not in vision, and it's been quite extraordinary. So I'm glad that people are enjoying it out there.
Yeah,
and we're getting great feedback. I have to say the best turned out is Turkish lira here, 50 quid, courtesy of Time Ground Nutrition. Well done to Belinda Green, but also to Ryan Pip Whittington.
Right, we're going to have a look at Brett and Molly's heat from last week, or semi-final. This is the Patrick Janssens runner. She's in 3, but in 1 on this occasion.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got trap 3 now, but Brett and Molly, keep your eyes on trap 1. He's going to go on and beat U2 running out of trap 6. And Greyhound, who's very, very well regarded. She's been in some pretty decent competitions up against some real stars, the likes of Mark Wallace's pair of Fabulous Sonic and New Destiny. She had to work hard to win this race, of course, U2, making it really difficult, cutting a dash from trap 6. But Brett and Molly, once down the far side, in full gear, top gear, and absolutely came away in good style in the end.
Certainly did. She's put in a really good run here, Brett and Molly, and proved that she stays every single yard of this 659 metre superb run.
Okay, guys, what's going on?
180, yeah, Luke Littler, trap 1. He's got them 5 of all, 7 of all. Lee Calcott Stads here, loves the darts, that's why they called it after Luke. But all the money for the free dog here, Brett and Molly, 5 of all. A little bit of money for the bottom at 5 to 1, other than that, friendly. So, Luke Littler, what price was he this morning?
92. Went 92, Gary. He's 7 and 4.
Look, 180!
The world of darts, to be fair, and Littler's Nuke, I mean, could he do the same for greyhound racing.
Let us know if you're watching tonight. Luke the Nuke, Littler's Nuke, running out of Trap 1. He's won the World Series of Darts last weekend, I think. You know, one of 2 John Mullins trained runners here. Good luck to them all. One of 3, I should say, in the Derby Purse Grand Final.
Hey, listen, Hobbs, it's a great achievement, but if Littler's Nuke could win this, that would be something special, wouldn't it, for the MWD Partnership Derby Purse Grand Final, 659 metres. Red and white. Brett and Molly, the 2 market leaders. Here comes the hare. Race away and off they go. 3 a little slowly away. Brett and Molly's going to have to do it from the back. It's U2 6 in front. Littler's Nuke's in a good posse. Trap 1 as they go around the second of the 6 bends. 4 got shuffled back. 2 right towards the rear. 5 out deep. Turkish Lira of 2. Glide away Hugo. Then comes Brett and Molly. And U2 is on the front end, leading them down the back with a best part of a circuit to run down the far side. 3 lengths in front of Littler's Nuke in second place. A long way back to Turkish Lira. No sign of Brett and Molly, who's trying to force the way through Greyhound's Trap 3, but too much to do surely. Off the final bend, U2 still there for John Mullins, being pursued by the kennelmate Littler's Nuke, who is now laying it down. Littler's Nuke on the far side. U2 is trying to rally as they go towards the line. Littler's Nuke and U2, they finish in that order, I fancy. Back in third, 5 Turkish Lira.
Oh my word, I love this sport. 1 Littler's Nuke, 6 U2. I think it is that order. We know who's booked for third. It was the best turned out Trap 5 Turkish Lira, but coming up towards the line, 1 and 6. 6 U2 was really battling back. Littler's Nuke on the inside. Darryl thinks it's 1. I thought it was 1. It's 1.
And really, right from the word go, John Mullins could sort of sit back and think of England. Well, he couldn't because he was parading U2, but he was in pole position. 2 of his 3 runners were filling the first 2 places. U2 showing great pace there on the outside of Helen Addison and Chris Waters. But Littler's Nuke was not going away, and fair play to the ground in the red jacket, who's worn down U2. It's a 1-2 for John Mullins. Well done to Lee Calkin and David, of course, his father. They love the darts. They love their greyhounds even more. They've owned some super dogs over the years. Smallmead, probably the best of them. But Littler's Nuke is proving a real star from that's 3 wins from 16 starts. It'll be interesting to hear from Luke if we can, because he was particularly unlucky at Perry Bar. Just got slightly distracted, I think, in running, but maybe a touch of inexperience or something else. But Littler's Nuke in heat and final has done the business.
Certainly has done the business, Darryl.
Yeah, and it's another Trap 1, isn't it, Danny and Hopsy? That's the key as well. Trap 1, we've seen 2 big finishes from dogs in the red jacket tonight to get up in time. 40.68 was the winning time there. Beats Trap 6 U2. So 1-2 for John Mullins, first trainer to have more than 1 winner on the card. So it's lovely the prizes are getting shared around. But John's got the double up, and Turkish Lira was back in third. So surely now, Joe, with all these Trap 1s continuing to go in, if you're on the favourite in the big one, the price has got to go, hasn't it?
Gary, another Trap 1. I called it early to you where he turned.
When he come round the first bench, 6 behind, you said 1's 1, it'll pick 6 up, but unbelievable. And I'll tell you what, we're dog racing tonight. We've got darts now and we're involved because Lee Calcotter owns it. Yeah, named the dog after Luke the Nuke, didn't they? You know, Luke Littler. And he won last weekend, and he's a lovely, lovely boy, Luke Littler. I was at Butlins where I was making a book on the darts, and he played against the Belgian boy, and no one knew him. It was the youth match, and someone marked me card that he was good. And he is good, and he looked there. But I'm talking about darts. Sorry, Joe. Joe, I'm getting old, and but great run there by the one dog, wasn't it? Hey, one on you, Joe boy.
And you took the mick out of me early when the Nat won. Just by the way, I put 3 up today. The Nat won. The next best one. Yeah. The third best has just won there, Lou Littler.
Carry on. Go on. Who's going to win the final?
Druid Sago.
Trap 1. And what did we say early? We had 7 Trap 1s win here the other night, didn't we?
We did.
On the spin. You ain't had many outside traps winning tonight, have you?
What price are you going to be now?
I think it'd be about a 2 on chance. 7 of a 1, I think he'll be.
I'm going to go shorter. I'm going to go 4 to 9, 2 to 5, yeah.
Joe, it can't be. We're in Yarmouth. It's Yarmouth Derby night. How about the 5 dogs? That's got a chance. We're only half hour away now, aren't we, from the final?
We're not far away.
Good night. It's been a good night, hasn't it, for dog racing? It's been a good night, hasn't it?
It's been absolutely brilliant. This is what we need. Loved it. Absolutely loved it.
And let's hope all our viewers at home, all the thousands out there. And I was just saying to Mike as well, you know, greyhound racing in Ireland, as you know, is massive. You know, your dad would say that as well. And wouldn't it be lovely to take one of these live shows to Ireland and do it all over again in Ireland? It'd be fantastic, wouldn't it? You got a passport?
I have. My dad just texted me, actually. My early Christmas present is sorted. A signed book by Gary Wilshire.
What's it called?
I can't remember.
50 years in the betting jungle.
50 years in the betting jungle is definitely on my Christmas wish list. Now you can see U2 was always going to set the pace in this race. He's got pace for days, this lad on the outside. He's one of the 2 wide seeds that we had in this field, but you knew, I think, that the writing was on the wall when Little as Nuke has turned so handy in behind him, because I think U2 really needed a half lap lead.
Absolutely, yeah. And U2 has run a really solid race. I mean, it was leadability claims. It was just a case of whether U2 could get far enough in front or just run the finish off of 1 or 2 of these rivals. He has done it mostly, but except Trap 1, Little as Nuke, the kennel mate, has just worn him down. And be interesting to see where they go. Obviously, there's a called Champion Stakes, a possibility dropping back down to 5.75. He's got a lot of speed. He's got himself into a decent position, but hopefully we can get the lowdown from John or Lee. But that's, I think, a second winner for Team Mullins. So they're going great guns, win or lose now, I think. In the big final, they've had a good night.
They certainly have, and obviously it means a lot to the Mullins family winning the Yarmouth Derby, and of course plenty of action tonight. Now we've got, I think, another classic standing by.
Traps away, and what a start from a Fame Party in the centre, who's over control early on in the RPG TV East Anglian Derby final. Down towards the turn, and a Fame Party. Kilmore Lemon in the orange, the outside of Seaglass Phantom, who now takes second. In behind those comes King Elvis, back in fourth as they run down towards the home turn. And a Fame Party, clear here for John Lamb by about 4 or 5 lengths from Seaglass Phantom. Then Kilmore Lemon, but into the lane, a Fame Party, a dominant display from track to line, and wins the East Anglian Derby final.
Well, he's called a few, I think, of the East Anglian Derbies, hasn't he, Darryl?
I don't want to start with that Fame Party because that's fabulous. And John Lamb, of course, who's the trainer, Perry Bar trainer, family sponsoring the big event at Perry Bar on Saturday, and he was an absolute champion at Fame Party. But that was the RPG TV East Anglian Greyhound Derby, and of course, very much picking up the baton that the race started with Sky Sports, didn't it? And then was passed to Dave and Clive Lawrence in terms of RPG TV, and Kevin Moretti, all the great work. Bev Lawrence as well, absolute star of us working RPG TV. So again, hopefully what we're trying to do tonight is to kind of take that baton on once again. Let's go for it.
I think we have done an all right job so far. So we've got plenty of people texting in, tweeting in. I'm really humbled by it all, to be fair, because like I say, back when Joe and I thought about this idea, Joe Andrews, I've got to give a shout out to him because he thought of the idea. I said, yeah, all right, let's do it. And then we have built it up into, something that people were looking forward to. We've had loads of big guests on the show. Callum Field Mullins actually has been on the show, and he's there with the greyhound that's just won the MWD Partnership Derby Purse Grand Final, Little as Nuke. And I mean, the Mullins family, like you say, it's a dynasty, and it's great to see so many of them here tonight.
And they're enjoying it, and certainly Callum is very smart, of course. Kelly will be proud, but and Layla too. And this is great stuff for Team Mullins. But they want to win the big race. I get that, absolutely. That's going to be upcoming, of course, in the 78th running of the East Anglian Greyhound Derby final to come. But everyone on social media has been really supportive as well, across the board. Of course, not quite across that this evening, but 1 or 2 people I know are sort of keeping me abreast of things. So the greyhound community is a fantastic one.
Yeah.
And it wants to see nights like this. It's very difficult to do. Lots of talks going to have to go on between now and the future, but those talks will happen.
Yes, they will, because I think, we've seen what we can do. It's such short notice as well that we've managed to turn this into, as you say, from a little handheld tape recorder, as it were.
You're under pressure now with your podcasts moving on.
I know.
You've got plenty to think about in Benidorm, my dear.
Yeah, with my cocktail, I'll be thinking. Oh, look at the love that Little as Nuke is getting from everybody. I mean, we just love this sport, and a woman that absolutely breathes this sport is Emily Wallace.
Yeah.
Well, it has been a good few days for Luke Littler. Of course, won the World Series finals of darts in Amsterdam. Also won a Pro Tour yesterday. So very fitting that his namesake, Little as Nuke, wins on Yarmouth's big night of the year in the prestigious Derby Purse. We're going to have a chat with owner Lee Calcutt Lee, what a great run.
Yeah, no, fantastic. It was a great battle. Obviously, the U2 dog in 6. I've owned loads of dogs of Chris in the past, and it was a good old battle. And even on the line, I didn't know what won. You couldn't tell from where the bookies are stood what won until they showed the photo. So, great run. Well happy, yeah.
I know when he had his debut in the first round of the Derby, you always told me that he was a potential stayer, so you're happy that he has definitely turned out to be exactly that.
Definitely, yeah. We stuck him in the Derby. There wasn't much on. He needed learning and obviously experience over here. We stepped him up, didn't quite get it to start with, but John's done his magic with him. He was unlucky in the St Ledger heats, got distracted up the home straight first time round, and took him to Yarmouth, and this worked out quite well. So yeah, won really well, really happy.
It did take him a few races to get the hang of things and to get his first win on the board, but as usually what happens, they win once and they really do learn how to do it. That's exactly what's happened with him, so hopefully he can continue. What are the plans with him next?
I'm not sure. I have to talk to John, maybe drop him back to 575. There's probably a little competition or something at Romford, maybe. We'll see. We'll see what's in the calendar and take it from there. No rush. Yeah.
You're a great supporter of John's Kennels. He's already had 2 winners on the card. What do you make of Swift Depot in the final?
It's funny. I think it's 10 years since Swift Keith won, and I think Swift Keith passed away within the last 12 months. So it'd be fantastic if he'd done the same, just came round the outside and won it on the line. Be nice for his memory. So fingers crossed for Swift Depot.
Perfect. Thanks, Liam. Best of luck. Well done with Little Snoop.
Thanks. Cheers, Emily. Thanks.
Run about 40 minutes to that big final. Before that, though, we've got the Stadium Bookmakers East Anglian Derby Sprint coming up. Let's have a look at the runners. Cat Island, for trainer Mark Willis, looking to get off the mark tonight, but he's leading the championship. When isn't he? With 100 points or more, I think, over his nearest pursuit. 135 winners this year. 2 slip jigs running in 2. Jason Bloomfield scoring earlier. Frattenbart Gemma Evans looks for a double. Dog best known for exploits at Romford, but a flashy time round Nottingham the other day. Johnny Three's just back on the card. Colin Finch, the local trainer, gets the chance here. Merlin's Mate's interest in form lines with Slick Serenity, who won the big sprint earlier. Could it be another for John Mullins? And Irene Barnard gets her chance here. The local runner, Downtown Man, is in the stripes.
Yeah, we've got a superb race coming up over the 277 metres. Race 9 already for Stadium Bookmakers East Anglian Derby Sprint. Obviously, we've had, Mark Wallace and MWD partnership has had plenty of time on the podium today due to sponsoring plenty of races. Mark Wallace will, of course, be hoping that he is on the podium with Cat Island shortly. Now, 2 slip jigs used to be with Mark Wallace. He's now with Jason Bloomfield because he didn't quite live up to expectations, I don't think. We've got Frattenbart for Gemma Evans, as Darryl said, I think has got a good chance. Hopsy.
Yeah, I think Frattenbart's got a massive chance. He's another sales purchase, of course, greyhoundtrader.com. Their next sale at Toaster on Monday. This one for the Pompey Ventures and Gemma Evans. But this is live TV, and we've got to take our chances when we can. And I'm joined by Steve Carter, of course, owner of Trumpers Bobcat in the big race. How are you feeling? You getting nervous, Steve?
Nervous is an understatement. I'm absolutely...
We can guess.
Yeah, first time I've ever had a dog in the final. All I just hope he gets out.
I was going to say, how do you fancy your chances? Are you slightly concerned out the box he might just take that step to the right?
If he normally breaks quite well, so yeah, it's just you just need that little bit of luck at the end of the day. Yes, yeah.
And the Cobbold family, of course, legends in greyhound racing, an incredible name. They deserve to be on that roll of honour.
Yeah, absolutely, really pleased with Kevin. You know, he's been in the game a long while, knows what he's doing, so fingers crossed.
Absolutely, cannot wait to see him because Trumpers Bobcat, I mean, last week he did edge off slightly, but I actually thought he came out of the boxes, and it's when he kind of went, oh, there isn't a greyhound really outside me, I'll go to where I want to be.
Yeah, he ran well last week. He took a couple of knocks, and but he carried on. So yeah, like I say, fingers crossed, and we'll.
Have you got many greyhounds in training, or is Trumpers Bobcat your main one?
He is my main one at the moment. Yeah, we've got a few others. Hopefully coming through, but yeah.
One more question. Are you going to be like an expectant father, just pacing up and down the terraces? Have you got your position sorted?
I've been doing that for an hour or so already, as you could probably tell.
Steve, excellent value. Really appreciate the time to come up, and well done to Terry Saunders for sorting it out. Good luck, yeah?
Good luck.
Yep, here we go then. Here we go then. Race 9 on the card. It's a Stadium Bookmakers East Anglian Derby Sprint. Gary, Come on, what do you fancy?
Big odds on chance here, trap 3, Gemma Evans. She's already been on the rostrum early tonight, and she's the winner's rostrum, hasn't she? 4 to 6, trap 3. 2 to 1, trap 1, trained by Mark Wallace. We've got Emily in a minute. She'll tell us. Trap 5, 9 to 2, 7 to 1 the bottom, and 20 to 1 the 2 dog, and 20 to 1 the 4 dog. Early show, 6 to 4 on trap 3, 2 to 1, trap 1. Is it a 2 dog race?
I think the 3 is going to be hard to beat, to be honest. Cat Island, he's a really, really nice type on his day. He went lame round Oxford last December, and it's taken him this long to get him back. So he's yet to sort of recapture his best form, but if he does, he would be a runner. But
yeah, he was champion, wasn't he, when he was there before, and he's a flying machine. But all the money for the 3 dog. Got to mention one thing, got to be 10:30 tomorrow, if anyone's in Yarmouth, there's the Men's Over 60s Bowls Festival, and Percy Braithwaite and Roy Peckham are playing at 10:30 near the pier, the Over 60s Bowls. But I could come in that, couldn't I, Joe?
I've also got a question for you. You
Go
see
on,
that? You
Joe.
see that car on parade, Lamborghini?
Lovely. It is absolute, and someone can win that with click, can't they, if they do it? But
You can. Do you want it?
I wouldn't be able to fit in it, Joe, unfortunately. I think a transit van for me, do you?
Now, I'm delighted to say that I've been joined by Richard Barnes, who has got Murrow in Cozy in the big final. He's my selection tonight, so I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, Richard, but I think he's got a great chance.
Well, he's my selection as well, but he's got a lot to do tonight, I'm afraid. He's got the trap, but trap 2 really moves away, moves to the right when he comes out. I think it's going to be trap 1, I'll be honest with you, but it's all to win tonight. Everything's, everybody's got a chance, so let's hope we both win tonight.
And who did the deal? Because very well bred, with that.
It was Rick.
It was Richard that bought it from the Evans family, of course, who owned Churchfield Sid.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Rick's a marvellous trainer, and Tammy as well. Do you know what I mean? They just treat the dogs so well, and he just seems to pick good dogs and look after good dogs. And it's all down to Rick and Tammy, really, tonight.
And this would be his first Cat 1 finalist, I would imagine, would it?
No, he did win the Peterborough Derby.
Right, okay.
I think it was a unique double.
Yeah. Was that Max Alden?
Yeah,
the late
was
Max Alden, yeah.
It was, it would be Rick's first, really, I suppose, and Tammy's. Mustn't forget Tammy.
Are you guys nervous?
Very. Very nervous.
And on your local patch as well?
It is, yeah. I mean, we've only had a dog 3 months, and to come this far so quick, it's just a dream, really. We've always tried to get one, and this is the one we think is going to go far. But we have got another dog in the kennels, which we think is as good as this one. So
that's to
let's
come.
See. Yeah. Thanks.
Good luck, Richard.
Cheers. No, thank you.
Yeah, we've got an update in the betting ring. Gary's just getting the prices down. Gary, what's going on?
I can't make this out because the top, Cat Island, Emily's come on, drifting, really cold. 2 to 1 to 3 to 1 I've got here. Could even go bigger. But the 3 dog, you'd think if one night they don't want to be on, they want to be with a jolly. But that's 10 to 11 as well. So the bookies are trying their life to get the front 2 in the market, 1 and 3. And at the moment, they're not succeeding. So I think this 3 dog could go evens, and the top's gone from 7 aboard to 3 to 1, Cat Island. Joe, you could get a shock result here. I'm telling you, anything could win this sprint.
Here we go.
Anything can win at this sprint. It all, I think, hinges on the break. So we're going to see what happens shortly. 6 fabulous sprinters. They are ready to rock and roll, and someone who's always ready is Mr. Darryl Williams.
I'm ready. Stadium Bookmakers East Anglian Derby Sprint. Trappenbach in the 3, the favourite. Merlin's Mate is an interesting runner, though, for John Mullins in 5. Here's the hare approaching. Sprinters are ready, and they are racing, and away they go. Frattenbach's got away well. Downtown Man on the outside, trying to force the issue. There is Cat Island up the inside, and 5's trying to squeeze round as well. Oh, 1's been knocked over badly, took a rad tumble. Cat Island, hopefully up okay. Johnny 3's been left in front. Here's Merlin's Mate on the outside, bearing it down. Merlin's Mate getting after the leader. Johnny 3, it's really, really tight, this one. I'm not going to make a decision on that. 5-4, very close.
Trap 1, Cat Island is okay, which is the best news of all. I think it's going to be 5-4-3. I think Merlin's Mate might have got there.
Yeah, absolutely. Best news of all, that Cat Island was quickly up on his feet. There was a melee there, but it looks as if 5 Merlin's Mate, well, a good night for John Mullins, has just got, I think, even better once this is confirmed for Mrs. Atherton and Chris Walters. John Mullins, the trainer, of course. Merlin's Mate, he's always there or thereabouts, and he was on this occasion. But at this stage, we thought that Frattenbach incidentally gets the best turned out for kennel hand Paul, who works for Gemma Evans.
Yeah, we did think at that point, I think I said to you in running Frattenbach, I think it's all over, but it was not, because there was that little bit of trouble. Cat Island is okay. 5 for me has got there. I've written it down, so I can't go back now, but I think 5 Merlin's Mate has beaten Johnny 3, and there it is, by a head.
Absolutely. So he's a seasoned sort, is Merlin's Mate. I think he's probably the most experienced runner in this sprint, and required all that experience to just edge out Johnny 3, who's run a really good race.
Yeah, absolutely. Superb finish once again. We're testing you tonight, Daryl.
That wasn't that close, was it, in fairness?
No.
I think just the blur of the lights probably got me. And Merlin's Mate liked the cut of his cloth here. Should have had the ticket. 5-1. Johnny 3, 33s. That would have been a story, wouldn't it, for Colin Finch? Commiserations, Colin. And Frattenbach, every chance they're back in third. Involved in that trouble at the corner at 4-5.
And the Racing Post Greyhound Television's East Anglian Greyhound Derby first from the trap. Trap number 3, Roxham Nidge leads away. 6 on the charge around the outside as they go into the first corner. Trap number 3 leads away. Roxham Nidge. Trap 6, Treetop Danny in second position. Then trap number 4, Doa Product nips up the inside for second position. They're into the third corner. Trap 3 still leading the way. 6 and 4 are challenging as they approach the final corner. Roxham Nidge leads the way. Trap number 4, Doa Product in second position. And that's the way they cross our winning line in race number 11.
He was such a strong runner, wasn't he? All the way through the line, you could see him there, Roxham Nidge. I mean, I'm loving watching these classics. It's absolutely superb. Obviously, where are you going?
Sorry, my water was just, wasn't really well placed there.
It's called live TV, everyone.
The vodka's underneath the table. Don't worry about that.
No, I think, looking back on all the classics, as we've mentioned, Dave and Clive Lawrence, they've been putting an archive together of all the classics, and that's where we've got the footage from this evening, so our thanks go to them for helping us, put this absolute masterclass together. 17:04, just heard it's the sprint time.
Yeah, but just seeing Roxham Nidge was extraordinary, back-to-back Steel City Cups, an East Anglian Greyhound Derby victory as well. He could have been a Derby champion. With a little bit more luck, he could have been a Derby champion. But I think more pertinent is the fact that he won the Romford Puppy Cup, and that was a sensational Romford Puppy Cup. If you remember, I think King Elvis was third. Remiss of me not to remember who was second, but that was an extraordinary Puppy Cup that year, and we've got the Puppy Cup semi-finals. And I don't know, time will tell whether there's a Roxham Nidge, but I think Nidge broke the track record in something like the heats or the semi-finals. So he really was one of our great champions of recent years.
I mean, the Romford Puppy Cup is a superb race. I mean, I love puppy races anyway, and we had Dave Mullins on the podcast last week ahead of the heats just to talk, his record up, because he's won it 4 years on the trot. I think he's won it 6 times overall. So, the Mullins have a stranglehold, or certainly David Mullins has a stranglehold on the puppy division. He just loves puppies.
Look, he does, Don't remind him of the fact that he hasn't got a semi-finalist, which means that they've got he's giving other trainers a chance. That's what David would say. He's flying high. He's a good Arsenal supporter at the moment. So he's very smug every time I see him. I'm a Chelsea man, and it's taken until late on in the programme to mention that, but I did see that you got the blue on.
I do have the blue on. Yes, I do. I mean, I'm not a football fan, as everybody knows. I'm not really that bothered about football, if I dare say it. I mean, I've said it. I don't like football. I had to watch it all last night. I was watching 2 games last night.
I was going to say, and you better enjoy it. You're going to go to Benidorm, so there'll be plenty of football being shown around the bars there. So you will not get away from it. Interesting race coming up, and I think the guys downstairs are going to probably allude to this, I would think, with this Romeo Kingpin. Running out of trap 3, just second start, I think, in the UK. I would imagine ran for Graham Holland around sort of pre-Derby time. Now with Patrick Jansen's, got some really good Irish form. Finalist in the Produce Stakes at Clonmel, finalist in the Kirby Memorial at Limerick. So that 9-1, I'm not too sure where that come from. It's 5-4 or something like that. Certainly plenty short enough. It'll be interesting to see how it opens. So, owned by Dave Firmager, there's a link really to the Produce Stakes, and a couple of things I've got to mention about the Produce Stakes tomorrow. The fact that Romeo Cypher and Romeo Crusade, both bred by Dave Firmager, 1-2 for Team Mullins in the Puppy Cup. Now with Tom Hilbrun's doing a great job. Phil Milner has the runner in trap 1, Phil Goose, and he's on an absolute cloud 9 still, because Avon Gate Empress won the Bet 365. Empress Stakes. Avon Venus won the Empress Stakes on Sunday. So, and she's a sensational bitch and probably would be in the front rank of, you know, an Oaks, potentially an Oaks winner. So good luck to them all concerned, and fantastic shots there of a, you know, slightly one or two grey sort of whiskers of Merlin's Mate. He's a real seasoned sort, but what a star, and Debbie Mullins amongst the presentation party, along with Chris Waters there, and works as an assistant, great friend of Johnny's, best mate I would imagine is Chris, and he does some great work both with the retired greyhounds and of course with John, and I think he's going to enjoy this.
I think so too, and certainly someone that is enjoying it is Merlin's Mate. He's having a great time with all the love there on the podium, and he's won the Stadium Bookmakers East Anglian Derby Sprint, £1,000 to the winner of the majority of our supporting opens this evening. Of course, we've got the £50 best turned out as well for every single race. There's plenty of emotions here for the sprint winner, and Merlin's Mate is it. He's won his 14th race now from 68 starts. He was behind Not So Slow when we saw him last week in the sprint heat, and he has duly got his win this evening. But it's great to see the love that these hounds get. You know, it's not just when they win, it's all the time. So I mean, I just want to hug them all as well. But Joe, how are we getting on downstairs?
Okay, the winner of the Stadium Bookmakers East Anglian Derby Sprint has gone the way of Merlin's Mate. Of course, we all heard the Carol is okay in Track 1. With owner here, joint owner Chris Waters. Chris, must be happy with that.
Yeah, very happy with him. Yeah, he's been a good old servant, and yeah, he's done us proud again. I think he won his last year as well, so yeah, he's been a good old dog. Yeah.
So 2 years on the spin, he's won this now. Any plans going forward, or just keep him ticking over?
I'll just keep him ticking over. He's no youngster, and he enjoys his racing, so we're just... it's always nice to have a winner on this night. It's our East Anglian Derby is our
it is, and
our favourite thing. So this meeting, and we support it, and we always have. So
you do. You've got a massive box there, and I'm guessing it's nice to have a winner again on a live show.
Absolutely, yeah. I've heard Mark Wallace was telling me earlier that the show's good as well. So it's looking good. He says it's looking like the old Sky Sports days. So. Long may it continue.
Absolutely, congratulations, Chris. We've got another owner here.
Yeah,
Rian, well done.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
You delighted, happy with that?
Absolutely fabulous. Yeah, the dog is something else. It's beautiful.
And again, what Chris has just said, but what does it mean to win a race on a special night like this?
Oh, it means everything. It means everything. The dog ran an absolute blinder. It means everything.
It does. You can go and enjoy the rest of the night now. Well done.
Yeah, yeah.
Cheers, Joe. Thank you.
Well, if you have just joined us, welcome to Gone to the Dogs Live here at Yarmouth Greyhound Stadium. We've had two massive finals already, and if you missed it, here you go.
All eyes on the 4-box, Not So Slow in the black, and they race away. Got an okay start. Slick Serenity challenges. Guzzler's bang there on the outside. Ace Jukebox Popper trying to get involved. The red crowded out of it. Off the bend, Guzzler goes wide. Slick Serenity challenging. Ace Jukebox Popper has got a chance in the red. The far side, Slick Serenity. Ace Jukebox Popper. Slick Serenity wins. Beats Ace Jukebox Popper, and 6 Guzzler was back in third. Here comes the hare. Race away and off they go. 3 a little slowly away. Brett Molly's going to have to do it from the back. It's U2, 6 in front. Little Snook's in a good posse. Trap 1 as they go around the second of the 6 bends. 4 got shuffled back. 2 right towards the rear. 5 out deep. Turkish Lira of 2. Glide away Hugo. Then comes Brett and Molly. And U2 is on the front end, leading them down the back with a best part of a circuit to run down the far side. 3 lengths in front of Little Snook in second place. A long way back to Turkish Lira. No sign of Brett and Molly, who's trying to force the way through Greyhound's Trap 3, but too much to do surely. Off the final bend, U2 still there for John Mullings, being pursued by the kennel mate Little Snook, who is now laying it down. Little Snook on the far side. U2 is trying to rally as they go towards the line. Little Snook and U2, they finish in that order, I fancy. Back in third, 5 Turkish Lira. 3 races to come tonight. We're just 1 race away from the big one, of course, the 78th East Anglian Greyhound Derby. Before that, we've got the winner of 1 Division 1 race number 10, Trap 1, Miss Bossy, trying to do it for Twiggy's trainer all those years ago, Erica Samuels, but is the one boxer what she wants? Cartwright's Lad's running out of 2. Second run back after a break. Romeo Kingpin, you've heard from obviously about the Irish form. That looks very, very smart. And the handled middle boxes in Ireland as well for Pat Janssens. Jimmy Mack has been the springer. I saw 9-2 earlier. Kevin Cobbold's dog now 2-1. So that's where the money's at. Patora Gold in 5 for Gary Beadle at a price. An air up on the outside. Did catch the eye actually in an A3 a couple of runs ago. But this is much tougher.
We're edging closer to the big night, to the big race of the night. But Gary, we've got a small matter of a massive gamble here today.
Yeah, that was said early. Paddy Power put the 3 dog in this one. I don't know if it was a mistake, but they went 9-1. Now, you know, 9-1, but at the same time, Bet365, I think they tell me put it in at 5-4. So there's a massive discrepancy here. The bookies put it in at evens here early, not a taker. I've just seen now, just gone to 7 of all the 3 dogs. So I don't think this is a genuine even money chance for 3 dogs. Joe, money for the top 2 here, 1 and 2, 7-2 from 9-2, and the 5 dogs 25-1 friendless, and the bottom 6-1. But the bookies want to take on Romeo. Forget that 9-1. Just forget the 9-1. This one. Make out it weren't there. And it's now 7 of all, but there's no money for it at the moment, Joe. That last race, we did say there could be a shock result. And I don't know what the forecast paid, 5 and 4. But I could pay about 100-1 for your money. But in this race here, the 3 dog, the punters don't want to be on Romeo Kingpin, but in 20 minutes' time, I can assure you they'll want to be on the 1 dog, won't they?
They absolutely will.
Well, we'll soon find out what happens in our next race, which is the Click Competition's winner of 1 East Anglian Derby Standard Division 1. Bit of a mouthful, but it's a good race coming up, Hobbsy.
It is, and you can see confirmation of the best turned out is indeed Cartwright's Lad. That's Trap 3, Romeo Kingpin, one of the favourites. Cartwright's Lad in Trap 2 for Craig Morris. Well done to Megan Rance, I think, is the kennel hand. I think we spoke to her a little bit earlier, if memory serves me.
Yes,
Cartwright's, yeah, we did. So well done to you, Megan. And 50 quid courtesy of Time Greyhound Nutrition goes to connections of, well, kennel hand of Cartwright's Lad.
So Cartwright's Lad, the winner of the best turned out. We've got a best turned out for every single race. Time Greyhound Nutrition. We have got Cat Island up and okay, heading to get checked over, but everything seems good.
Yeah, absolutely. So we got that's a really solid word for Cat Island. Good to hear. Good race, this one.
Who are you with?
I've got to go with Trap 3, Romeo Kingpin. I think looking to transfer that very, very good Irish card. It's not a bad trial at Toaster, 16.02, dipping under 16, you're pretty good. Just a couple of spots off that, but importantly got the trial here, 28.11. So this dog can no doubt run, lacks UK experience if you like, but he's in very good hands. Patrick Janssens, of course, and bred by his owner, Dave Firminger.
Certainly is. Romeo Kingpin at 15-8. Wee Mac Jimmy 15-8. It is going to be a cracking battle.
What I would say is that with Craig Morris's Cartwright's Lad inside, I saw this race last week in A1, and he's a D1 sprint winner, so he's got lots of boot to the bend. So has Miss Bossy. So Romeo Kingpin's going to have race on out the boxes. He's going to have to be sharp with that pace inside. And does that let in something else?
Well, you look at Erica Samuels' runner in Trap on Miss Bossy. She won last time out. She's one of those that's going to absolutely ping fly and just hopefully rail like a good thing and hold on, because that's what she is. She's one of those that's crying out for the line, I think, Miss Bossy. But her record says it all. 10 from 24 is not a record to be sniffed at, really.
Absolutely not. And Erica's got 2 runners here with air up running out of Trap 6. So we're counting down to the big final. After this, it's the Click Competition 78 East Anglian Greyhound Derby. And not really mentioned Get Up Me Son for Daniel Ornstein and a few of the owners behind me. They're going to be cheering on Carol Weatherall's Greyhound, who's certainly in Trap 6, has to have a chance.
Certainly does, but we're ready for the Click Competition's winner of 1 East Anglian Derby Standard Division 1. And standing by is Darryl.
Thank you, Danny. Yeah, the 4 at 2-1, I think, has been the best back greyhound here. Jimmy, Matt for Kevin Cobbold. Is 3 going left? Is 1 going right? Does that give 4 a lovely run through? We're about to find out. Here is on the move. Click Competition's winner of 1 East Anglian Derby Standard Division 1. They are a bit of a mouthful, but we're loving the race titles. We're loving the racing here tonight. Here's the bunny coming round. 3 and 4, the market leaders. and race away, and off they go, and two edges across the path of three, and goes on here. So Cartwright's Lad's got the early initiative. Three desperately trying to get across to the fence there, gets badly crowded, and now Miss Bossy moves into second place. Four's had no run at all. Mac Jimmy, those on the plunge have probably done their dough. Two in front, Cartwright's Lad for Craig Morris, leads by about three on the turn in from Miss Bossy, who's not making any impression at the moment. Then comes Air Up six to the outside, Romeo Kingpin. All this is happening a long way behind Cartwright's Lad, who took the early initiative and goes clear. Six battling on for second, Air Up on the outside of one, Miss Bossy.
Trap 2, Cartwright's Lad, the winner for Mrs. Carter and Wright. Craig Morris, I think, has had two winners on the night now, and it's tight in behind, 6 and 1, Air Up and Miss Bossy. I mean, Miss Bossy was never going to backrun Cartwright's Lad. He had the right dog turning behind.
Absolutely, and a good start from Trap 2, moving middle in the track, and Romeo Kingpin had really no answer to that. And he's got so much pace. I think this is a really good training performance. It'd be great to hear from, obviously, Megan, but hopefully Craig as well, because he's had to bring this greyhound back after a spell off the cards, off the track, 24th of July, after winning a sprint. So he's had a couple of months off, then came back straight in an A1 as one, straight into an open race on the biggest night in Yarmouth's year, and he's done it so nicely.
He really, really has. I think 6 might have got second over 1, so we'll wait for confirmation. Yes, there it is, 2-6-1. So Cartwright's Lad beats into second place, Air Up, and Miss Bossy was back in third. We knew Miss Bossy was going to be crying out for the line. Here's the head on. You can see 2 right out the boxes. I mean, 5's also come right. It's cut across Air Up as well. But 2, you wouldn't have expected him there from that location.
No, and 3 and 1 then coming together in the bend. I mean, by this stage, you know that 2 has got the measure of 3 in terms of trapping ability and getting first run, and that little buffeting between the 1 and the 3 has done neither any good, really. It's put pressure on Romeo Kingpin, who's got a huge amount of ground to make up, and really, it's Cartwright's race, Cartwright's Lad's race to lose now, and he wasn't going to be beaten. He's in tip-top form since that comeback. I think he's still improving.
And he's a big lad as well, just touching about 37 kilos, so he's got a massive stride on him. And Darryl, it was a cracking performance.
Oh, it's a brilliant performance, wasn't it, Danny? And as you say, second winner for Craig Morris tonight at 5-1. Cartwright's Lad, Air Up in second at 6-1, and Miss Bossy was back in third. Now, we've talked about favourites, haven't we, all night? Can you believe only Ballymac Zumi, who was odds on, of course, earlier? Remember, that was Joe's Nat, is the only winning favourite, Joe and Gary, on the card so far. We're going to find out more from them in a second.
So just hearing, yeah, the bookmakers here, Gary. They're out of it now. He's a bit in front.
Sean here, lovely kid. He just got a Lily there, Lillian Skinner. Never put the winner in the book, Cartwright side. And I see him. I heard him say to the clerk here, and he said, going around the first bench. And when it went clear, and they was putting the hands up. I don't like to see them bookies put their arms up, but they're absolutely bang out of it now. They are the bookies, and they've hit the front. And I've just asked the boys, what price will the opening show be here for Droopy? So now you thought it'd be 2 on, 9 of all on. They tell me they're going to go up 4-6, trap 1. 4-6 trap, because the 2 dog comes out the trap. You know, Joe, you've been at this game a long, long time. He turns right, doesn't he, 2? You know, and he's going to have plenty of room. Now, the 3 dog, it's like sitting next to me on the aeroplane. He won't have no room, because 2's going to come out and run wide, and the 1's going to go clear. So, Drew would say so, 4-6.
Good price. Good price.
I think it'll win as well, don't you?
Yeah, let's get these bookies. Let's get these bookies back beyond, shall we?
Yeah, big time.
Here comes the hare, and away they go for the Betfair East Anglian Derby final, and away fast is Trap 3, Fears of Phonic, who's going to lead up. It's Fears of Phonic who nips round here. He may be weak in the betting, but he's around in front from 1. Jordan Solutions in second, then comes 2. Philo Reasonless and Charlie Lister, 1, 2, 3. Then comes Droopy's Bogart, after these comes 4. I Pickle, then come round the third bend, and it's Fears of Phonic. Surely he won't be caught up the home straight this time round. Fears of Phonic leading towards the winning line. Fears of Phonic, magnifique! Away they go, and racing up towards the first man. Fears of Phonic traps up well. Roo Come On goes with it. After these comes on the outside 6, Ocean Star. But Fears of Phonic goes round in front. A true champion hits the front. And there's a massive roar here at Yarmouth. They love this greyhound. He's broken the track record twice already on the prep to this. This will be win number 11 for Charlie Lister in the East Anglian Derby. It's Fears of Phonic, supersonic, subsonic,
I mean, it's just unbelievable to win an East Anglian derby once, but to do it back to back. I mean, greyhounds don't have the longest racing careers, and to be at that top of your game, to win 2 Cat 1s a year apart, unbelievable.
He did have a maestro in his corner, of course, Charlie Lister, those back-to-back wins. He was one of the most popular greyhounds in training, and there's always a great story because he almost won the derby, didn't he? But he was picked up in the shadow of the post by Kind of Ready. An amazing finish. Mark Wallace, of course, with Kind of Ready. Charlie Lister, his old rival, if you like. Fierce Sophonics owner, or part owner Simon Wooder. Darren Johnson, the part owner of Kind of Ready. Rivals at that stage, became great mates. Still are great mates. Joined in with Sidaz Jack, and then both of them together won the derby with that greyhound. Extraordinary story.
Unbelievable. I mean, there's always a story in greyhound racing. This is our latest winner, Cartwright's lad, and there's a bit of a story behind him. As he said before, he was sprinting before he went off with a little injury. He came back, he won an A1, and he's now won the winner of one East Anglian Derby Standard Division 1, sponsored by Click Competitions, and Emily's going to speak to some connections.
Well, we are now just 10 minutes away from the East Anglian Derby final, but before that I'm going to catch up with connections from our last race, a really great winner in Cartwright Lad. I'm going to speak to the owner, Alan Wright. Really good run from him. He's shown a lot of early pace there and stopping in front.
He's overdue a run like that. He's been plagued with injury, but he's shown it tonight. What a fantastic run. Pinged out. Really pleased. All down to this man.
We'll catch up with the trainer, Craig Morris. I was speaking to Megan earlier, Craig, about how obviously you have a lot of history in the sport, working for Hayley Keatley, but now you've set up on your own and this is your local track, so really good to have 2 winners on their big night.
Yeah, it is. This is the biggest night of the year, isn't it, Emily? For around here, we managed. It was my first one last year. We got a winner, and we've been lucky enough to get 2 out of 3 tonight. So he's run really well. I was a bit concerned with the one bitch coming in reserve because she's more of a middle runner. But he was actually bought as a Derby dog. Do you know what I mean? He was, but like Alan said, he's been plagued by injury. But we've been patient with him, and it's all paid off. That's worth it all tonight.
And he beat Droopy's Halley, your previous winner tonight, last week. So you knew it was a good thing.
I won't say I knew he was a good. As soon as the box is open, I knew he'd won because normally he doesn't break. Do you know what I mean? Normally, like you look at his sectionals, they're very moderate, but he's got good early. But as soon as he broke, like I don't know what time he's done. I'd imagine that'll be a fast time for him. So yeah, as soon as he broke, we were all over the moon.
This is a competition you know well, the East Anglian Derby. You'd obviously been here the last 2 weeks. So just quickly, who do you fancy for our next race?
I think Patrick Spitch will take all the beating, to be honest, in Trap 1. I think a level break will see her hit the bend in front, and if she leads, I think she'll be hard to peg back. So, yeah, I think Patrick Spitch will take all the beating.
Perfect. Thanks, Craig, and well done with your 2 winners.
Thanks, Emily. Charlie.
So we're getting ready for the big one then. It is the Click Competition's 78th East Anglia Greyhound Derby final, 1947, the first running. And do you know what? In those early years, Trap 1 won 4 of the first finals. Will Trap 1 win tonight? Druids say go for Patrick Janssens, one of 3 unbeaten finalists. Draws the inside, 7 from 9 in the red. Statistically got a great chance. And that's even not talking about the form. Trumpers Bobcat in 2 for Kevin Cobble. Could just move off a little bit and give room to the inside. Marrow in Cozy for Richard Fitch. His only run of the night. He's been patient, but his only run is in a big one. Unbeaten in the fight in the competition so far. Nowhere to go. Runs out of the 4 for Sally Johnson from Swindon. Good luck to Sally and her owner John Schofield. Swift Depot's got the stamina on the outside for John Mullins. Looks for 4 on the night. And Get Up Me Son on the outside for Carol Weatherall there. The all-important 6.
Get the bettings in for the big one, Gary. What we got?
Yeah, they say never trust the bookie, but this boy here, he said they're going to go up 4-6, and that's what they have gone up. 4-6, Trap 1 going to go down the card. Trap 2, 14-1, Trumpers Bobcat. Trap 3, a bit of 9-2. The 4 dogs, 14. 5 dogs, Swift Depot. Plenty of people fancy 5 tonight. You think it can run one close, don't you? And 6-1 the bottom. Get Up Me Son, but all the money for the 1 dog. I thought I did early.
So we have got the betting in. Druid Say Go. Of course, we knew she was going to be short. We knew she was going to be shorter than she was at the top of the show when these ones have been firing in.
Absolutely. I mean, remember, she's been here before. Druid Say Go was a red-hot, odds-on favourite to win the Coral Golden Sprint earlier this year. Things didn't quite go to plan there. They'll be hoping connections that things do go to plan here. Druid Say Go in trap one. We've got a chance to see its semi-final. There's legends everywhere. I've just seen Tony Calvin walk past. It's fantastic.
Unbelievable.
Paul Keeley's here as well. Great work.
And this is Druid Say Go winning the semi-final from last week. Beat Nowhere to Go in second place by just over 2 lengths. I mean, there was slight crowding at the opening corner, which was why we've taken it from the second bend. But she's just so strong over this trip.
Certainly is, and she's clocking really good times. But it's that draw. We've got 2 railers.
Yeah.
Had she been in 2, I think this race has a completely different complexion.
Yeah.
But because she's in trap one seems to be doing pretty well, as Gary, fair play, alluded to right at the start of the programme, so the warning was there. But equally, she's still going to have to go and do it. And we've seen the performances of John Mullins' greyhounds tonight. 3 winners, I think, absolutely flying. Get Up Me Sons, also very talented. And then you've got that local contingent, of course, along with Swift Depot, Murray and Cozy, Trumpers, Bobcat. We've heard from Richard Barnes and Steve Carter. I think they're all very nervous, but they know they've got greyhounds that can do the business. And then fair play to Sally Johnson. I've seen John Schofield, big-time owner, has done his time. It'd be great for them. That'd be a big story. I'd imagine that this is Sally's first Cat 1. I'm guessing, I think so, but certainly hasn't won a Cat 1. And that would be another massive story as well. And I'm sure there's plenty of nerves around the place.
There certainly are. Now, we've seen John Mullins win plenty this evening. He's got Swift Depot. We're going to have a look at his semi-final. He beat Trumpers Bobcat. And Swift Depot, for me, you know, he's coming out of 6th here. He's not the trappiest runner. He did have Bombay the Joker in this semi-final as well, who just completely blew the start. He did get a little bit of trouble as well, Swift Depot, but the thing with this greyhound is he's won over 6 bends in open class. You think at this point he's out, and then he comes through, and it's unbelievable.
He's one that got away from me, I have to say, because I remember seeing him in the Ladbroke Summer Classic, and he was in the semi-finals, finished 3rd, first 2 qualifying. He's beaten half a length away, in fact less than that, away from a place in the Summer Classic final, which was won by Droopy's Clue. Favourite, of course, hot favourite to win the St Ledger at the weekend. Really did catch the eye here. I should have backed him anti-post on that, but you kind of think that some of the 4-bend greyhounds might just get away, but he's showing a lot of speed, and he's got a good man in his corner.
Now, a greyhound that really impressed me last week was Murrow and Cozy, who beat Get Up Me Son. And what impressed me the most is this lad is absolutely pink. So he's got out the boxes from 4. He's in 3 this evening. He stays true to his racing line. So as long as Trumpers Bobcat does manage to kind of stay true out the boxes, I think Murrow and Cozy is going to manage to spear up to the first bend. What impressed me the most, though, is when we get to this point, Get Up Me Son starts to head him into the final 2 bends. And Murrow and Cozy goes, no. I'm going to fight back. He's a real battling greyhound, and he's managed to fight back on the inside, and he's not won by just a head. He's won by a length and a quarter, which is a really good effort, and he's matched the time that Druid Sago put in on the first round of 27.55. It was superb for me.
It's tenacious, it was resolute, and we'll need more of that. It's just going to be that crucial lids rise.
Yeah.
What happens there? If 2 comes out running, a little bit similar to our previous race with Cartwright's Lad, taking that step to the right but breaking. Romeo Kingpin, no chance. We could have something similar here. Hopefully not.
Fingers crossed, but we're going to go back to the betting ring and see what's going on.
Yeah, just a quick update. It is absolutely booming down here. Gary, what's going on?
So look at the people here. Look, honestly, there must be 60 people waiting for the bookies to go evens. They'll have a long wait, I can assure you. They're laying 6 to 4 on. But nothing's got. The 5 dogs gone to 9 or 2. Bottom's gone to 10. All the money's for the top. But they're all waiting for even. They won't get on, Joe. I can assure you. Look at the crowd here. Look, unbelievable.
Here we go. They're coming to parade.
They sure are. They are on parade for the Click Competition's 78th East Anglian Greyhound Derby Grand Final. 78 years of this superb competition on the East Coast. I mean, I've never been to Yarmouth before. You know what I did yesterday? I put in Yarmouth in my sat-nav and didn't realise there was 2 of them. Yeah, I wasn't sure.
You might have been slightly late for our call yesterday afternoon if you're on the Isle of Wight.
But no, I've never been to Yarmouth. It's certainly a place that I'll be coming back to. And there are the runners coming out onto the track. There's my lad, Murrow and Cozy. He's the one I want to win. I've put my hard-earned on Murrow and Cozy as well at a nice price. It'd be a great local winner. I just hope Trumpers Bobcat can stay true out the boxes. If we keep a good racing line out the boxes for everybody, everybody's got a good chance. And what I will say, I've not said it all night so far, I usually look out for the waggiest tail on parade, and it looks like Druid Sago's a very happy little girl.
Exactly, and they'll be cheering her on, no doubt about that. The owners, the Value Racing Club, Co-UK, Cheryl Jansen's doing the honours in terms of parading Druids Say Go there. Red hot favourite for the Coral Golden Sprint final earlier this year. Things didn't quite work out, but Patrick's had so many East Anglian Greyhound Derby finalists. He has won it, Killara Line, in 2020, but he had the runner-up in 21 with Bocco's John Joe, also the run-up in 22 with Killavani's Shadow, likes of Kilmore Lemon, Seaglass Phantom, those, you know, greyhounds that live long in the memory. So he probably thinks he should have won more, but he's got a chance of winning number 2. Kevin Cobbold and Trumpers Bobcat for Stephen Carter. We've heard from Stephen Carter. We've also heard from Richard Barnes. Good luck to Richard and the two Keiths, Keith Henson and Keith Waring with Murray and Cozy. Nowhere to go for John Schofield and Sally Johnson. And Colin Mason, Swift Depot, and Daniel Ornstein for Get Me Up, Son.
Indeed, so we
Get Up Me Son even, sorry.
It's all right, it's all right. We are going to go to the boxes shortly for the 78th running of the East Anglian Greyhound Derby Grand Final. I cannot believe we are on post time, everybody. It's your very last chance to get involved if you do fancy one here for the big race of the evening. I can't believe, Hobbsy, we're already at the biggest race of the night. It's whizzed by.
It has whizzed by, absolutely. It's been some really good action here this evening. It does help when you've got a big crowd. They're enjoying their greyhound racing, and that is what it's all about. But it's also about these crucial minutes or seconds going into this final, because the anticipation for the owners involved and the trainers as well, they're not without nerves. They want to see their greyhounds get round safely, but also win the big prize.
They certainly do. Now, they are about to load up for the 78th running of the East Anglian Greyhound Derby, sponsored by Click Competitions, as we've heard. You can win a green Lamborghini if you want. 4-5 for Druid Sago. So has eased. We're getting closer to that evens or levels your devils, as they said in the betting ring. Not quite, but almost. Last one's about to come forwards. Daryl, it's the big one. I can't wait.
Oh, me and you both. The Click Competitions 78th East Anglia Greyhound Derby final, then, worth £15,000, with many thanks to our sponsors, and good luck to all the connections. The hare is on the move for the biggest race of the year at the wonderful Great Yarmouth Stadium. Here's the bunny at the boxes, and away they go. Druid Say Go. It was red for go and got away quickly. Get Up Me Son on the outside will come and challenge. Then Nowhere to Go in the black moves forward into third. Then Murrow and Cozy. They're somewhere adrift. Then these five moving up a place or two. Swift Depot, but only fourth. And here's Druid Say Go on the approach towards home for the Value Racing Club. And Patrick Janssens leads by about 6 lengths over Get Up Me Son in second place. Then comes Swift Depot trying to get round Nowhere to Go. But Druid Say Go is a mile clear and will take the East Anglian Derby in style. Will beat Get Up Me Son in second. Nowhere to Go in third, and Swift Depot back in fourth.
Well, we've been talking her up all night, Druid Say Go. It was her race to lose, and Hobbsy, she's absolutely bolted in.
The beauty of greyhound races is sometimes you can overcomplicate things. This was pretty straightforward, wasn't it? She came out running on the inside. Swift Depot missed the start. That was crucial to his chances, and off the second bench, he's in charge. There was to be no repeat of being beaten at short prices in the Coral Golden Sprint final at Romford. She's bang on the money to win and be crowned the 78th East Anglian Greyhound Derby Grand Final winner. And no man deserves it more than Patrick Janssens. We had tears with John Mullin 10 years ago. I don't think the big fella will shed a tear, but he could be a little bit emotional because he's gone so close to doing what he did with Killara Line all those years ago.
And you can see there, track 5, Swift Depot, he just doesn't quite get out the boxes. I think he's slightly anticipated it. He's a couple of, 3, 4, maybe 5 lengths behind Druid Say Go, and that is too far for him to peg back.
It is. I mean, he's on terms at the pickup, but of course that's after the race. And 2 missed it as well, Trumpers Bobcat. You know, that was disappointing, I'm sure, for connections there, but it meant that there was no coming together between Trumpers Bobcat or Murrow in Cozy. But up front, Druid Say Go is making the best of her way home. I would imagine it will be the Premier Greyhound Racing Oaks at Perry Barn. Next step for Druid Say Go. She's getting stronger. She's no longer a 400-metre blitzen runner at Romford. She stays all right.
Oh, she certainly does. She was running right the way through the line, and we can go down to the betting ring and see what happened.
What a race, and what a winner. And by the way, what an atmosphere that was.
Joe, I remember when we used to have the Derby at Wimbledon, they had the Derby Roar, didn't they? Well, there, when the traps open, they was just alive, this place, weren't it? Jumping up and down, and one is turned the corner. Six has run a blinder in second, though, hasn't it? But it been a great atmosphere. And they went 4-5 in the end, the bookies. They were like trying to tease the punters to have more on. And don't worry, they did. They kept on coming in. They weren't to be stopping the punters here tonight. Great winner, great final, wasn't it? And that's what the game's all about, isn't it? But what a win, wasn't it, Joe? You fancied it earlier as well, didn't you?
Yeah, she was 12-1 anti-post, and I had a half that price. I couldn't believe the price she was.
Yeah.
After the first round, she's gone 4-1, 9-2. She was 4-7 all day.
When she come out the tracks, I see you went, you looked. But and it lovely atmosphere. Look at the people here with the winner as well. They're all putting their arms up. It's what Graham Racing's all about. Let's have a bit of fun, Joe.
Absolutely, and what a night it's been. But we're not finished yet.
That was some run, wasn't it? And the clock will tell us 27:26. It's 9 spots off the clock. It's also the fastest time by any greyhound at Yarmouth this year. So terrific run, best race of the year, fastest time of the year. Druid Say Go, who has now won 18 of her last 23. That's how good she is. Well done to Value Racing Club. And, of course, Pat Jansen's Get Up Me Son did absolutely everything he could in second at 9-1 for Carol Weatherall and David Ornstein. And Nowhere to Go was back in third for John Schofield and Sally Johnson.
Absolutely superb. I mean, she got it all right on the night. Here it is again. Boom, out the boxes. And she's stayed true to the inside as we knew she would. She was the bang railer. She's railed like a good thing. Get Up Me Son has come right behind her. She's not been worried out of things. She's managed to pull 2-3 lengths clear down the back. She's a strong running type, as you said, Hobbsy. You know, she was a 400-metre bit. She's not that anymore.
Not at all. And she stays strong enough. And absolutely, look at that time. As Darryl says, fastest time at Yarmouth this year in the biggest race of the year here at the track. Absolutely perfect for Druid Say Go. Got to mention Get Up Me Son. They'll be delighted with that. Okay, They've not won the Derby, but he's run his race. He's trapped out well. Well done to Darren Holmes and to Carol Weatherall. And best turned out was Nowhere to Go. Well done to Sally Johnson.
Now let's go and join Emily.
Well, what a fantastic winner of the 78th running of the East Anglian Derby. I am joined by Patrick Janssens, of course, trainer of Druid Say Go. We are on our way to the presentation. Patrick, how was that?
Yeah, she was foot perfect at the start, and you know, once she led it at bend, she's got tremendous middle gears, and she runs this track so well and stays so well, and yeah, it was a fantastic time as well, 27:26. So yeah, she's top class, this bitch.
And she saved her best performance for the final.
Yeah, she did. You know what I mean? So yeah, listen, she does the same thing at Romford, really. The more she goes to the same track, the better she gets, really. So, yeah.
Perfect. Congratulations, and we'll catch up more after the picture.
Thank you.
Yeah, superb, Patrick Janssens. As we've said all night, he is the deserving winner of the Yarmouth Derby.
Yeah, fair play to Joe as well. I think Anti-Post in the Greyhound Star was very much with Druid Say Go, and she was plenty short enough in the market when it came to final night, and all sorts of scenes there at the podium. And just to reiterate that he's gone so close, and Kulabani's Shadow very much the apple of his eye. Had a race named after him. He's now at stud, of course, and passing on, no doubt, that huge pace that he's got. But yeah, he was pretty unlucky in a couple of East Anglian Greyhound Derby finals, albeit, the likes of Hopes Paddington and Watch the Limo for Mark Wallace and Seamus Cahill, respectively, were great winners. But she's done it right on the night, and things worked out. But again, that draw was crucial.
It certainly was crucial. Druid Say Go, there she is on the podium. She's quite a big bitch, actually, 29 kilos. She's done the business all the way through. She's gone unbeaten in the 78th running of the East Anglian Greyhound Derby, sponsored by Click Competitions. There's the trophy. That's what we've been waiting to see all night, and in the hands of the connections, the Value Racing Club Co. UK. Absolutely superb.
Rhea Tillett, of course, daughter of Patrick and Cheryl on the left-hand side. I think is it Chris Jennings, I think, of Click Competitions on the right. He's driving home in the green Lamborghini. You might give you a lift to the airport. You never know.
Now we can head back to Emily.
Well, like I said, a fantastic winner of the East Anglian Derby. We are now joined by James, head of the Value Racing Club. You can see the emotion pouring out of you. What does that mean to you?
Oh, it just means absolutely everything, and she so deserves it as well. No, she's got to be one of the best bitches in the country. She was really unlucky in the Pall Mall. She's going to get through, and she just caught behind her. Then the same at Romford in the final. And I think she's won something like 24 races out of 18, and until you win a big one, the rest doesn't really matter, although we know she's so good. And all she had to do tonight was break, and it was her to lose. And we've come into 3 competitions as a favourite each time. And it is nervy, you can tell my voice is going, we're going crazy. But to win one and get that category one, she deserves it. And I'm just so pleased for her and the owners as well, but so pleased for Druids. And I think the Oaks starts in a couple of weeks, so sadly she won't get too much time off. She'll be trialling next week for the Oaks, and hopefully she should go really well in that as well.
Tell us a little bit about the syndicate. How many of you are involved?
There's 10 in us, 10 in Drew Sago. We're actually more horse racing. We've got 30 odd horses. We've had dogs with Patrick for about 3-4 years now, and we've got 2 at the moment. We bought her when she was a pup. We saw her running in Ireland, and Patrick really liked her, so we took the punt, and we could have actually had a brother as well, but I chose this one, and it's come off great. So I'm just absolutely made up, I really am.
Is this your first time at Yarmouth? Because there's just a great atmosphere, isn't it? I mean, this is one of the races to win in greyhound racing.
It is, yeah. We followed her around the country. You know, we've been to Romford numerous times and everywhere else. But yeah, first time at Yarmouth, and although I came down for one of the heats, you just look at her. You know, she's just such a kind, loving dog as well, and she just loves it. She's so game. It's just an awesome night.
Thank you very much and congratulations. It definitely seems like a very passionate bunch of owners. I'm going to have a quick catch up with another one of the owners. This is Louis, part of the Value Racing Club. And would you like to explain the top you're wearing tonight?
Well, you've got a Flamingo, that's her name. So me and the good lady have both got Flamingo shirts. No, amazing.
Her pet name's Flamingo, so you've got flamingos on your shirt, and it seems to have worked.
Does she?
But that was great. Means a lot.
The way she runs, she was superb tonight. No one was going to catch her. No one was going to catch her.
Perfect. Thank you very much, and congratulations.
Well, I think Flamingo's one of the strangest pet names I've heard for a greyhound so far, Hobbsy.
But to get a shirt with lots of flamingos on it, I think very good, and it's clearly brought that gentleman luck, and well done to him, and well done to the Value Racing Club, because you know, they've enjoyed themselves, and I should imagine they've enjoyed the whole week. If they're big horse racing fans as well, they've got interest there, and with the greyhounds, and it has been, I think, the perfect couple of days here at Yarmouth with the horses and the dogs in unison. So well done to Patrick Janssens. And next that thought, I'm just trying to think of, you know, some of the queens. Queen Joni potentially will be going off to the Oaks.
Yeah.
I'm imagining so. Avengate Venus as well for Phil Milner after the Empress. You know, maybe New Destiny, possibly they'll go for the Oaks as well, and they're going to be taking on this bit. So already that race is shaping up to be fabulous.
Absolutely superb. I mean, she deserves it all as well, because like we say, you know, she's not got it right in a couple of races throughout her career so far. She got everything right tonight, Druid Sago, and little Flamingo, she's done the business for them. £15,000. I mean, we've got some really, really good cat ones throughout the calendar, of course, and we've got some big prize money on offer, and Druid Sago, you know, she's just unbelievable. She's a great bitch. She's so speedy, and she just was never going to get caught.
No, she wasn't, absolutely. So you can follow her progress and follow her through to the Oaks, and in terms of the big races, absolutely follow those that are going to happen over the next few days, because, you know, we are spoiled at the moment. I mean, even Doncaster with the Yorkshire Derby and the British bred St Ledger at the moment, they've got plenty going on.
Absolutely. Now we saw Patrick heading to the podium. We're now going to catch up with him once again with Emily.
Yeah, well, the presentation is now being made for Druid Sago, a great winner of the Yarmouth Derby, again joined by Patrick. Just wanted to touch, obviously, in the last 2 years, the Coulivanny Shadow, slightly disappointing in the finals. He's gone off favourite, but Druid Sago tonight, Flamingo, as we found out she's called, She went off favourite, but just did everything right.
Yeah, she does. She's one of them. You know, like now with the last 21 races, 17 wins. It's amazing for the bitch, especially. You know, she runs at the highest level really all the time, and yeah, what she done tonight was amazing really. Her back straight pace as well is very, very good, and yeah, she's just a winner, isn't she? And yeah, we're over the moon, and thank you to Yarmouth Stadium. Thanks for you for covering all this, and yeah, it was a great night.
And we've just been mentioning the Oaks in the studio as well, and that's going to be the plan for her.
Yeah, that's the plan for her, yeah. She trialled last year around Perry Bar. She done some good sprint times, but she wasn't quite ready for it. She only just come out of season. And yeah, she's going to go to Perry Bar straight from here.
Thank you, Patrick, and many congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, well done to Patrick, and he was fifth, I think, at the start of the day in the championship. That's taken him very close now to fourth place Kevin Hutton with the points they get from the East Anglian Derby. So big result all round, and yeah, well, look, once the boxes opened and she was out in front, that probably was that. It was a shame that Swift Depot couldn't quite get the break right, because maybe he could have crept into it, but I don't think anybody was beating Druid Say Go tonight. So well done to her, and well done to Patrick Janssens. Now on to the C&C Sheds East Anglian Derby Stairs, which, with a tear in our eyes, is the very final race on the programme this evening. But we're going to go out with a bang of 6:59 stayers. Maleficent, who would stay all day, as many will know, Trap 1 at a big price. Ballymat Nova runs out of 2. Has got form over marathon distances as well. Liz on Fire, Robert Emery's second runner in the 3. Swift Bankrupt has been stepping up in distance, ran all right over the sixpence recently for trainer Paul Whitwood. Pin All In running out of the 5, not long back from season for Lauren Sawyer and Garner. Cantigale on the outside is Colin Finch's chance to win the last.
What a night, and what a performance from Druid Sager. I must say, that was just incredible what she's done there out of the boxes. Gary, they've got to be behind again now.
Yeah. It's, well, that night, that roar there was unbelievable, weren't it, really, the one dog. And then it's lovely to see, you know, we had a bit of a worry early, didn't we, when we had Emily's dog, Cat Island. We thought he, had injury, but she said he's as good as gold. Been a great night racing, and every dog's come home sound and that. And in this last race, I've got a little boy here next to us here. This boy here, his name's Jaden Pooley, and his dad owns the 5 dog. There's a partnership here, and it's called Pin All In. He said if it wins tomorrow, he's going to try to take the trophy to school with him and show his schools. Now, we said there'll be all youngsters here tonight, and they're not as young as 11, but it'll be lovely for Jaden. Is it going to win, Jade? Hopefully, that's. Will it lead, Jaden? Is it a leader, Trap 5?
Well, it's in world's favourite traps, my dad said.
Right. Be lovely.
Connections are confident.
He's looking, and how about that? Look, he's looking, 11 years of age, his heart's in the game, and here it is, the 5 dog, look, and come on, he's cheering it home. Isn't it lovely to see?
Give us a medal, Dagans.
They put it in at 5 of all, 5-2 the 2 dog, 3-1 the 4 dog, Swift Bankrupt. I know the Boss Man fancies that as well, the 4 dog. 7-2 the bottom and 20-1, 1 and 3. So I'm all in with the 5 dog. I'd love it to win for this young lad here, and he's going to take the trophy to school tomorrow.
I'm with you. We're all in.
With
Pin All In.
Now, Trap 3, Liz on Fire, I've always seen that she is a bit of a live wire.
She's well named.
She is. She's a firecracker. She's a kangaroo in greyhound form.
Exactly, and very much on her toes. Swift Bankrupt in Trap 4 gets the best turned out award tonight for time. So well done to all concerned. Paul Whitwood trains this one for the Get the Tees In Syndicate. Well done to them. But Trap 5 Pin All In for Lauren Sawyer has to go well, you would imagine. The betting suggests that will be the case, and there's plenty of support clearly on the terraces.
Certainly was. I mean, she was behind Brett and Molly, got crowded last week in the heats of the staying competition, the Derby Purse, and Pin All In. We know she stays. She's won 3 times from 18 stars. I love Liz on Fire. I mean, everything would have to go wrong for a couple of others for her to win, I think, because she is such a lively type. I think she beats herself sometimes before the race starts because she's so lively. But she's got loads of early pace, so you just don't know, especially in greyhound racing. They don't always read the script, do they? But I've had a hopeless time of things tonight, tipping-wise, so I'm abstaining from the last race, Hobbsy.
Don't worry about that. That's okay. I mean, look, I think we've all got theories of how to pick the best winners or the winners. And I think the first trainer or connections I saw were actually Swift Bankrupts this evening. So it'd be the law of SOD if Trap 4 was to win this without my hard-earned. So good luck to those guys, Paul Whitworth. But a big shout-out to the Emerys. Maleficent runs out of Trap 1. Mr. Maester with 2. Ballymac Nova. The Emerys once again with Liz on fair. We're racing over 6 bends. Swift Bankrupt for the Get the Tees in. Dan's Den Syndicate have got Pin All In. And Colin Finch with Ghana Canty Girl. Let's get some betting news.
Yeah, plenty going on, Gary. What's going on?
5 dog, 11 to 10 good now. Could we turn even, mate? Everyone's on the 5 dog here. They're cheering on young Jaden's dog. He's got the arm up already. They haven't started yet, Joe. You only cheer them up when the hair's running. We're with a 5 dog. 11 to 10 good, Joe.
6 runners. None of these trainers have had a winner so far, so somebody's going to be going home with the first winner in the C&C Sheds East Anglian Derby Stairs. It is our last of the night. Hope you've enjoyed it. 6:59 metres, all the money for Pin All In, although plenty for Swift Bankrupt as well. And they race away, and Pin All In's got a beautiful start here as they go down towards the first of the 6 turns. Going to lead from Liz on Fire 3 in second, then in behind those to the outside, Ghana Girl just getting shuffled back a little bit, and Swift Bankrupt is in the mix, swinging off as they go past the stands. Ballymac Nova, Maleficent as ever, is right out the back, and Pin All In leads down the far side here for Dan's Den Syndicate then, and Lauren Sawyer leads by about 6, maybe 8 lengths. Swift Bankrupt in second, Ghana Canty Girl in third. They're running shortly only for places. Pin All In as they come down towards the final turn with a big looking lead. Down the stretch they go. Pin All In, favourite backers. It's hands aloft in the last. Ghana Canty Girl will get second. Back in third to Ballymac Nova.
Pin All In lands a bit of a touch for the Dan's Den Syndicate and Lauren Sawyer. 5-6-2. Pin All In, Ghana Canty Girl and Ballymac Nova.
We heard from Jaden. We heard from him before. Jaden, what a result.
Oh, I'm well happy.
Very happy, aren't you, son?
Get on that podium and lift that trophy.
Go on then, get on the podium, son. Good boy. Isn't it lovely to see you? That's what dog racing's all about, Joe.
What a night. What a night.
11 years of age, going to take the trophy to school tomorrow. The teacher will give him 100 lines for going out after 9 o'clock at night. He don't care. He's happy, Jaden. Good boy. What a lovely end of an evening, eh?
Yeah, and the roar went up as well. It's been a good night for punters.
Absolutely superb. So Pin All In, you can see the ping, and I think we heard Gary Wiltshire going, oi, oi, oi!
And those scenes afterwards, absolutely priceless. You need to bottle that.
Yes.
And the fun and the joy on that young lad's face, superb. He's going to enjoy that presentation podium and lifting that trophy, and really didn't have too much to worry about, because out the boxes, Pin All In is going to land the spoils for the Dan's Den Syndicate and Lauren Sawyer. They'll be absolutely delighted. They've finished the meeting in the best possible way. Hats off to the sponsors, C&C Sheds. They've backed the last race on what has been a stunning night and probably the easiest winner.
Absolutely. I mean, it was just never in doubt. Pin All In, she's routed them here in the final race of the night. Beat 6 Ghana Canty Girl in second. Track 2 Ballymac Nova was third. Absolutely superb. I mean, she had the time in the book from last week. I'd say she's probably gone a little bit quicker than that this week, because she's not had the trouble that she had encountered behind Brett and Molly last time. So let's watch it again. Ping, go. That's it. That's all you need.
I mean, she's bred in the purple. She is a half sister of Kunoff Dolly. Or Kunoff Crow, I should say. Kunoff Crow. She's out of Kunoff Dolly, but she's a half sister to Kunoff Crow. And we know that, she's a multiple big race finalist. And I'd actually backed Pin All In last week. I mean, she was a bigger price then, and she was a shorter price today. I've kind of left her alone this evening, but she's run really, really well. So a joy for connections.
She certainly has. We'll get the time with Daryl shortly, but it's going to be quicker than what she recorded last week with the trouble that she encountered behind Brett and Molly. She was unlucky not to be in the Derby purse tonight, but she's absolutely routed them, Daryl.
I could have stopped commentating before the end of the first circuit, Danny. It was all over, wasn't it? And a great result for punters, who many would have collected, of course, in the big race and reinvested on Pin All In and collect again. 40.54 the winning time. That's not far off the best times of the year, which were clocked last week. 11 to 10 favourite. Ghana Canty Girl second at 4 to 1, and Ballymac Nova was the third dog home. So if you've been with us from the start, or you've been dipping in and out, well, we've had 12 races. We've had plenty of success for John Mullins tonight. We've had a good night, of course, for Patrick Janssens. We've had a couple of winners for Craig Morris. We've had loads of winners in Trap 1 tonight, which Gary Wiltshire put us on right at the start of the night. I think 5 winners in Trap 1. And, favourites, they were quiet, weren't they, early on? But the important thing is we finish with a bang, Danny, with the last 2 favourites, including, of course, Druid Say Go, winning the final 2 races.
What a superb night's action we have had. I mean, plenty of highlights to be going forwards. Very excited to see Druid Say Go heading straight to Perry Barr, because they always say, don't they, as well, with bitches, once they're in form, you just keep going.
You keep backing the bitches in form, absolutely. It's an old adage in greyhound racing. It kind of tends to work. So it's certainly working where she is concerned. So good luck to them when they head to Perry Barr for the Bitches Classic, another historic a long-standing competition in greyhound racing. I was just thinking, we just saw Craig Morris up here and just congratulated him. He congratulated everyone working behind the scenes on the show this evening, which is good. And I said that we replayed Roxham Nidge and never quite got to ask him whether he actually paraded Roxham Nidge or whether it was Hayley Keatley, and of course Mark and Hayley would have been cheering Nidge on this evening if they were watching. But Craig's done well with those 2 winners.
Yeah, certainly has. I mean, I think we've seen the best of the sport tonight. We've seen the youngsters right up and through to the older generation.
Why are you looking at me?
I have to look at you. No, I think we've had
the older generation.
We've had the older generation. We've had, as Gary has said, we've had loads of the youngsters in as well in the betting ring. We've had a really busy night's action. There's been a really good atmosphere. People getting behind us on social media as well, and it's just been a stellar night. And we've championed the athletes that make our sport what it is, and we've made sure that they are front and centre.
Absolutely, you can see people now streaming out. The night is still young in Yarmouth, you know. You're going to be busy on a plane to sunnier climes.
I am.
Although it has been nice the last couple of days.
Yeah, it has. I think we're coming to the end of that time though, aren't we, really, Hobbsy? So there is our final winner of the night. Trap 5, Pin All In, her 4th win of what is a pretty fledgling career, actually. She's only in the teens when it comes to runs. She was 3rd last time. She's a winner tonight on East Anglian Derby final night. The CNC Sheds East Anglian Derby Stayers goes the way of Trap 5, Pin All In, and plenty of happy faces, and also Jaden in the middle.
It's funny, there's been plenty of familiar faces, some old faces, and the guy, it was the Voss man. Matt Chapman will know all about the Voss man. The banter they had back in the day was legendary. So good to see him still enjoying his greyhound racing, and plenty of familiar faces there as well.
Absolutely, and Jaden there with his trophy that he's taking to school tomorrow. They're going to be thrilled. The show and tell, I didn't think that was still a thing, to be fair, but he'll be absolutely thrilled. And it's great to see the next generation, really enjoying their greyhound racing, because that's what we need, the young blood getting involved. And I think we can head back to one of the young guns in our team, actually. It's
Definitely.
Joe.
Thank you, Danny. I heard that. And yeah, what a way to finish this night, I must say. And Pin All In was a winner there. We've got the Dan's Den Syndicate here. Who are we going to talk to first? Let's get around the back here. I'm coming to you in a minute, Jaden, because you are the star of the show. What a performance.
Brilliant. I mean, me, I'm the sponsors. I'm the sponsors.
Okay. What a run, though.
Brilliant run.
Okay, here we got owners.
Nap of the night.
You've won a few quid there. You must be so happy with that.
Over the moon. Just pity she didn't do that last week. Follow it last week. But she's always got this run in her. She's got that run in her. So over the moon, mate. Absolutely over the moon. Yeah.
Fantastic consolation. Right, Jaden, star of the show, come here. Keep hold of that, because you're taking that to school tomorrow, aren't you?
I don't know, am I?
Well, you told us you are. You going to keep it?
Yeah, definitely. I'll try.
You'll try, yeah. The teacher will be pleased with that. As Gary said, you're going to have 100 lines for that, because you're up past 9:30 now. Yeah. You going to write them?
I don't know what to say. I'm really proud of her. I mean, I knew she was going to win. She's in one of her favourite traps, and as soon as she got out, I just knew she'd won. As soon as she got out. So.
This is the future, by the way. What a fantastic night, and what a way to finish. Brilliant.
Oh, we've got to sign him up now, haven't we, Joe? He's been fantastic, and I hope he does take the trophy into score tomorrow and tells the story. And that's about what it's all about, isn't it? Spreading the word. We'd love for you to do the same if you've enjoyed the programme tonight. Now, 12 winners this evening, so here they are. A lot of winners on the screen, lots to take in. 3 winning favourites, loads of winners in Trap 1. Big races, of course. Slick Serenity won the big sprint. Little as Nuke won that fantastic battle in the Derby purse. And then, all importantly, second from the bottom, Druid Say Go won the big one. What a night for John Mullins with his 3 winners. He loves a winner. at Yarmouth, you know, and he'll go home tonight a happy man with 3 successes. But it's just been great to be a part of it, Danny and Hobbsy.
What a night we've had here at Yarmouth. And look, we're having a bit of a laid-back feel to this, guys, because it's been a long night, hasn't it? We've been on our feet a while.
I feel like singing the party's over, Frank Sinatra. But it ain't over, is it? You know, first of many, please God. Weren't it as good? But everyone involved, you know, Danny upstairs with Hobbsy and Darryl Cook, you know, I'm not being funny. You've had a lot of new faces for Graham Racing. You've had, you know, our baby here and you know what I mean, and Danny. But you've had Hobbsy, me and Darryl. And so it's 3-3, and it's a draw. But it's been a great night, isn't it, Joe?
It is, and I think that the most important thing for us was Cat Island. When Emily had that news, it gave her a new lease of life again. It was a little bit bad at the time. We heard the news that Cat Island was okay. Emily, that was so relieving, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. That was the most important news of the night, that Cat Island was okay, because it's never nice to see the dogs go over, especially when they're your own dogs. But he's all okay, absolutely nothing wrong with him. But it's been such a fantastic night with the coverage. We seem to have gotten really good feedback. I've loved every second. The racing's been great, so yeah, it's just been great, and long may it continue.
Isn't that lovely? Yeah. And that's, you know, Emily, she's only young to the game, isn't she? And like yourself, Joe, but you know, everywhere. I think Danny and Hobbsy upstairs as well. You know, with all of, I think, well, there ain't been no superstar. We've all put it together, haven't we, Emma? We've all tried and, you know, had a go.
I don't feel young, but what I would say, they say you don't work a day in your life when you enjoy what you've done. And I think final word, Graham Racing is definitely the winner tonight.
Absolutely.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Joe. Absolutely, Greyhound Racing wins tonight, and it's just been a superb night from start to finish. We've just said, you know, I can't believe it was 3.5 hours ago that we started this.
Exactly. Well done to those in front of the camera and behind the camera as well. They know who they are. We don't have to mention them, but some sterling work has been done. Certainly tonight, but in the preceding couple of weeks, I have to say it's been busy but brilliant.
It has indeed. Now we are going to just talk through some of the highlights of the night. The first being the sprint final, sponsored by the MWD partnership, and it was absolutely superb. Slick Serenity, boom. Guzzler, boom. But Slick Serenity came out on top.
It was a great buckle, wasn't it? I think Guzzler, they'd just be a little bit frustrated, just drifted off and gave and handed the race to Slick Serenity, but he battled so well, going down behind Guzzler in the heat, so probably just about deserved that from Ace Duke Box Hopper, which is tough in commentary. I don't know how Darryl does it.
No, I don't. I've called that dog home before, and it does take some doing and some concentrating as well, especially over a sprint. You always get the longest names in sprints. Always. It happens every time. Now, we've got the MWD Partnership Derby Pairs Grand Final as well. This was won by Little as Nuke, but again, a really good buckle. You two set the pace. Little as Nuke, the kennel mate just in behind him. Those two pulling clear of the rest of the field, and it was superb.
It was. I think the locals have had a really good night, even with the last winner for Lawrence Sawyer. But John Mullins, I think, albeit out of luck with Swift Depot and missed the break in the main event, I think he's had a really good night. 3 winners, and this was sensational, wasn't it, from his 2 runners here. You two setting the tempo, but Little as New never going away. And the greyhound, owned by Lee and David Cowcutt, who love their darts, has hit the bullseye as the line approached.
I'm surprised we've not got that in before now, to be
I'm
fair,
sure
Hobbsy. But Little as Nuke has managed to win the Derby Pairs, beating you two into second place. Those two were absolutely sensational, pulled clear of the rest of the field. And Hobbsy, I couldn't have done it without you up here tonight. We have had an absolutely brilliant night.
I know.
Hopefully, we've got plenty more to come.
Well, someone who's not been, you know, you've been under the weather last few days. You wouldn't know that. You've done a sensational job tonight. You should be proud of yourself. Have a good holiday.
Thank you very much indeed, Hobbsy. And you know what we're going to do? Thank you for everyone that's tuned in this evening. We couldn't do it without your support. We couldn't go forwards without your support. So really, really chuffed to see all the numbers and the great feedback that we've had from plenty of people. I know Hobbsy's phone's been buzzing all the time. Mine's been doing the same. Thank you so much to everyone behind the scenes. We're going to leave you with the best performance of the night. The fastest time of the year was the 78th winner of the East Anglian Greyhound Derby, sponsored by Click Competitions. It's Druid Stay Go.
Here's the bunny at the boxes, and away they go. Druid say go. It was red for go and got away quickly. Get Up Me Son on the outside will come and challenge. Then Nowhere to Go in the back moves forward into third. Then Marrowing Cozy. They're somewhere adrift. Then these five moving up a place or two. Swift Depot, but only fourth. And here's Druid say go on the approach towards home for the Value Racing Club. And Patrick Janssens leads by about 6 lengths over Get Up Me Son in second place. Then comes Swift Depot trying to get round Nowhere to Go. But Druid say go is a mile clear and will take the East Anglian Derby in style. Will beat Get Up Me Son in second. Nowhere to Go in third, and Swift Depot back in fourth.